0200 duration. 0200. Picture this. You're 7 years old, and instead of playing with toys or learning to read, you're being torn away from your family forever. Your head is shaved. You're given one rough tunic to last an entire year, and you're thrown into a brutal training camp where older boys are encouraged to beat you into submission. Welcome to ancient Sparta, where childhood was a luxury no one could afford. Most people think they know about Sparta from movies like 300, with its glorious warriors and heroic battles. But the reality of daily life in this ancient Greek city-state was far more disturbing than Hollywood would have you believe. Behind the legendary military prowess lay a society built on systematic cruelty, where human suffering was not just accepted, but actively cultivated as a virtue. Tonight, we're diving deep into the dark underbelly of Spartan civilization, where bobbies were inspected like livestock and discarded if found wanting, where young boys were deliberately starved to teach them resourcefulness, and where stealing food wasn't just permitted, it was required for survival. We'll explore how the famous Agoge training system turned children into weapons, how Spartan women lived under constant surveillance, and why the Helot slave class lived in perpetual terror of their masters. From the horrifying practice of crypteia, where young Spartans hunted slaves for sport, to the brutal reality of communal dining halls where weakness meant social death, we'll uncover why Sparta's military dominance came at the cost of basic human dignity. So settle in as we journey back to one of history's most militarized societies, where strength was everything and compassion was considered a dangerous weakness. This is the true story of why living conditions in ancient Sparta were absolutely horrible. To understand why life in Sparta was so uniquely harsh, we need to examine the fundamental structure of their society. Unlike other Greek city-states that valued philosophy, art, or commerce, Sparta was built around one singular obsession: creating the perfect warrior. This obsession would shape every aspect of daily life, from birth to death, in ways that would seem almost unimaginable to us today. Spartan society was divided into 3 distinct classes, each with their own role in maintaining this military machine. At the top were the Spartiates, the full citizens who formed the warrior elite. These were the men we typically think of when we imagine Spartan warriors, but they represented only a tiny fraction of the population. Below them were the Perioikoi, free inhabitants who handled trade and crafts, but had no political rights. And at the bottom were the Helots, state-owned slaves, who outnumbered the Spartiates by as much as 7 to 1. This demographic reality created a society living in constant fear of internal revolt. The Spartiates were essentially a military garrison, occupying hostile territory, surrounded by people who had every reason to hate them. This paranoia would drive many of the brutal practices we'll explore throughout this series, as the Spartans developed increasingly extreme measures to to maintain control over their human property. The Spartan constitution, attributed to the legendary lawgiver Lycurgus, was designed to eliminate anything that might soften or distract the warrior class. Private wealth was discouraged, luxury was forbidden, and even basic comforts were viewed with suspicion. The goal was to create men who were completely devoted to the state, with no competing loyalties or desires that might compromise their effectiveness in battle. This system required constant reinforcement through ritual, tradition, and brutal enforcement. Every institution in Sparta, from marriage customs to religious practices, was designed to support the military machine. Children were evaluated for their potential as warriors from the moment they were born. Those deemed unfit were left to die on the mountainside, while those who survived faced a childhood that would make modern military training look gentle by comparison. The famous Agoge, Sparta's educational system, was really a decades-long process of psychological and physical conditioning. Boys were taken from their families at age 7 and subjected to deliberate hardship, deprivation, and violence. They were given inadequate food, insufficient clothing, and were expected to supplement their meager rations through theft. Getting caught stealing wasn't punished because of the theft itself, but because it demonstrated incompetence in a skill that might prove useful in warfare. Sleep deprivation was another constant feature of Spartan life. Boys in the Agoge were forced to sleep on beds made of reeds they had to gather themselves, without blankets even in winter. They were awakened frequently for training exercises, night raids, or simply to ensure they never became too comfortable. This chronic exhaustion was seen as character building, preparing them for the realities of military campaigns, where rest would be a luxury they couldn't afford. Physical violence was not just accepted, but encouraged as a teaching tool. Boys were regularly beaten for minor infractions, and the ability to endure pain without crying out was considered a mark of honor. The famous contest at the altar of Artemis Orthia saw teenage boys whipped until they collapsed, with the winner being the one who endured the longest without making a sound. Some died during these contests, but this was considered an acceptable price for maintaining Spartan values. Even after completing the Agoge at age 20, a Spartan man's life remained strictly regimented. He was required to live in military barracks until age 30, eating communal meals and participating in constant training. Marriage was permitted, but husbands could only visit their wives secretly at night, and many Spartan couples barely knew each other even after years of marriage. The state came first, always and in all things. Spartan women, while enjoying more freedom than their counterparts in other Greek cities, lived under their own set of harsh expectations. They were required to maintain peak physical condition to produce strong warrior sons. Their education focused on physical fitness, dancing, and music, but always with the understanding that their primary role was as mothers of future soldiers, women who died in childbirth were honored equally with men who died in battle, reflecting the state's view that both were sacrificing their lives for Sparta's military needs. The economic system that supported this military society was equally brutal. The Helots, descendants of conquered peoples, were forced to work the land and provide food for their Spartan masters. They lived under constant threat of violence and were subjected to annual declarations of war that made killing them legal. Young Spartans were encouraged to hunt Helots as part of their training, treating human beings as prey in a twisted form of military exercise called the crypteia. This system created a society that was simultaneously incredibly disciplined and deeply unstable. The Spartiates lived in luxury compared to their own harsh upbringing, supported by the labor of thousands of slaves, but they could never relax their vigilance. Every meal, every night's sleep, every moment of apparent peace existed under the shadow of potential revolt. The very success of their military system created the conditions for its own destruction. As the constant warfare and harsh living conditions gradually reduced their numbers while their enemies multiplied. Religious practices in Sparta reflected these same priorities, with gods of war receiving the most attention and human sacrifice being more common than in other Greek cities. Even their festivals often involved competitions that could result in serious injury or death, reinforcing the message that pain and suffering were not just acceptable, but noble when endured for the state. As we delve deeper into specific aspects of Spartan life in the coming segments, keep this broader context in mind. Every cruel practice, every harsh tradition, every seemingly senseless brutality was part of a coherent system designed to create and maintain military supremacy. The question we'll be exploring is whether this system actually worked, and more importantly, what the true cost was for the people who lived and died under its demands. The moment a Spartan child drew their first breath, their fate was already sealed by the harsh realities of their society. Unlike other Greek city-states, where birth was celebrated as a joyous family occasion, Spartan births were clinical evaluations wrapped in the cold efficiency of state control. The very act of bringing life into the world became another mechanism through which Sparta maintained its rigid social order and military supremacy. When a Spartan woman went into labor, she did so knowing that her child's survival depended not on parental love or divine blessing, but on the judgment of state officials who would scrutinize every aspect of the newborn's physical condition. The birthing process itself reflected the Spartan obsession with strength and endurance. Spartan women were expected to endure childbirth with the same stoic resolve that their men displayed on the battlefield, viewing labor pains as preparation for the hardships their children would inevitably face. The inspection ritual that followed birth was perhaps one of the most chilling aspects of Spartan society. Within days of delivery, Male infants were brought before a council of elders known as the Gerousia, who examined each child with the cold precision of livestock inspectors. These elderly men, themselves survivors of Sparta's brutal system, would scrutinize the infant's limbs, checking for any signs of physical deformity, weakness, or developmental abnormalities that might render the child unfit for military service. The criteria for these inspections were both specific and merciless. A child born with a clubfoot, a malformed limb, or even what appeared to be an unusually small or weak frame could be condemned immediately. The elders looked for signs of robust health that would translate into battlefield effectiveness decades later. They examined muscle tone in tiny limbs, assessed the strength of the infant's grip, and even evaluated the vigor of the child's cries as indicators of future warrior potential. Those infants who failed this initial assessment faced a fate that modern sensibilities find almost incomprehensible. Rather than being allowed to live with their disabilities or weaknesses, these children were taken to Mount Taygetus, a rugged mountain range that loomed over Sparta like a constant reminder of the city-state's unforgiving nature. There, in a place called the Apotheti, or deposits, the unwanted infants were abandoned to die from exposure, starvation, or predation. The journey to Mount Taygetus was not undertaken lightly, even by Spartan standards. The designated officials who carried out this grim duty understood that they were participating in what they viewed as a necessary culling process, removing what they perceived as genetic weakness from their warrior bloodline. The mountain itself became a symbol of Spartan pragmatism, taken to its most extreme conclusion, where the needs of the state superseded the most basic human instincts of parental protection and care. Archaeological evidence from the region has provided disturbing confirmation of these ancient practices. Excavations around Mount Taygetus have uncovered numerous infant remains, their small bones bearing silent testimony to one of history's most systematic forms of infanticide. These discoveries have allowed modern researchers to understand not just the scale of this practice, but also its long-term demographic impact on Spartan society. For those infants who passed the initial inspection and were deemed worthy of life, their early months were characterized by a deliberate program of hardening that began almost immediately. Spartan mothers were instructed to bathe their newborns in wine rather than water, believing that this practice would either strengthen healthy children or kill those too weak to survive the harsh treatment. This wine-bathing ritual served as an additional screening process, weeding out infants who might have survived the initial inspection, but lacked the constitution for Spartan life. The feeding practices for Spartan infants were equally designed to promote hardiness over comfort. Unlike other Greek societies, where infants were nursed on demand and comforted when they cried, Spartan bobbies were fed on strict schedules that ignored their natural rhythms and needs. Mothers were instructed to allow their children to cry without immediate comfort, believing that this early exposure to discomfort would build the emotional resilience necessary for warrior training. Swaddling, a common practice throughout the ancient world that provided warmth and security for newborns, was deliberately avoided in Sparta. Instead, infants were left largely unbound, exposed to temperature variations and physical discomfort that would have been considered neglectful in other societies. This practice was justified by the belief that early exposure to hardship would create adults better adapted to the rigors of military life and the harsh realities of campaign conditions. The sleeping arrangements for Spartan infants reflected this same philosophy of deliberate hardening. Rather than being placed in warm, comfortable cradles surrounded by soft materials, bobbies were often placed on hard surfaces with minimal bedding. They were expected to adapt to sleeping in conditions that mimicked the uncomfortable circumstances they would later encounter as soldiers sleeping on campaign grounds or in military barracks. Even the clothing provided to Spartan infants was minimal and utilitarian. While other Greek children were dressed in soft, protective garments designed for comfort and warmth, Spartan bobbies wore simple, rough-textured clothing that provided basic coverage without luxury or comfort. This early introduction to austere living conditions was seen as essential preparation for a life where material comfort would always be secondary to military efficiency and state service. The psychological impact of these early experiences cannot be understated. Modern child development research has shown that the first months and years of life are crucial for forming attachment patterns and emotional regulation skills. Spartan infants, denied the comfort and security that promote healthy emotional development, were instead conditioned from birth to expect hardship, to suppress emotional needs, and to prioritize survival over comfort. Female infants who survived the initial selection process faced a somewhat different but equally challenging early life. While they were not destined for military service, they were still expected to develop the physical strength and emotional resilience necessary to bear and raise future warriors. Their early treatment, while not quite as harsh as that of male infants, still emphasized toughness over tenderness, preparing them for their roles as mothers in a society that valued strength above all other virtues. The cumulative effect of these practices created a population that was indeed physically robust and emotionally hardened, but at tremendous human cost. The infants who survived this brutal early screening and conditioning process emerged as individuals shaped by deprivation, hardship, and the constant awareness that their value was measured entirely by their utility to the state rather than their inherent worth as human beings. But perhaps no aspect of Spartan life was more brutal than their educational system, known as the Agoge. This wasn't school as we know it today, with desks and textbooks and lunch breaks. The Agoge was a military boot camp designed to break children down and rebuild them as perfect warriors. starting at the tender age of 7. Imagine being a 7-year-old Spartan boy, still missing your front teeth, still needing your mother to tie your sandals. One morning, armed men arrive at your family's modest home. They're not there to hurt you, but they might as well be. These are the paid nomos, the boy herders, and they've come to take you away from everything you've ever known. Your mother doesn't cry, at least not where you can see. Showing emotion would be considered weakness, a failure of Spartan values. You're marched through the streets with other boys your age, some sobbing quietly, others trying to look brave. The older residents watch with stone faces, remembering their own childhood trauma, or preparing mentally for when their sons reach this age. You're taken to a barracks on the outskirts of the city, a long, low building made of rough stone, with tiny windows that barely let in light. This barracks becomes your new home, but home is too warm a word for what awaits you. The building is deliberately uncomfortable, with hard sleeping surfaces and inadequate heating. The floors are made of packed earth, covered with reeds that are changed infrequently, creating a musty, damp smell that clings to everything. There are no individual beds, just communal sleeping areas where boys huddle together for warmth during the cold mountain nights. The daily routine begins before dawn with a harsh wake-up call. There are no gentle morning rituals here, no time to slowly adjust to consciousness. Boys are expected to be on their feet immediately, ready for whatever brutal training awaits. The first lesson every child learns is that comfort is weakness, and weakness has no place in Sparta. Food becomes an obsession, but not in the way you might expect. The boys are deliberately underfed, given just enough sustenance to survive, but not enough to thrive. Breakfast might consist of a thin gruel made from barley, barely flavored, and often cold by the time it reaches the youngest boys. Lunch could be a small portion of black broth, that infamous Spartan delicacy that visiting foreigners found so revolting they wondered how anyone could stomach it. But here's where the system becomes truly diabolical. The boys aren't just expected to endure hunger. They're encouraged to steal food to supplement their meager rations. This isn't considered wrong, it's considered resourceful. However, if you're caught stealing, you're punished severely, not for the theft itself, but for being clumsy enough to get caught. The message is clear: be cunning, be ruthless, but above all, be competent. The punishments in the Agoge were designed to be memorable. Boys who showed weakness, failed in their duties, or were caught in acts of incompetence faced public beatings. These weren't quick swats on the hand, but prolonged, humiliating ordeals designed to break the spirit while hardening the body. Other boys were forced to watch, learning that mercy was not a Spartan virtue. Physical training dominated every day, but this wasn't the structured athletics we might imagine. Boys were forced to exercise naked in all weather conditions, their bodies exposed to the harsh mountain climate. Winter training sessions in the snow were particularly brutal, with frostbite being considered a mark of weakness rather than a medical concern. Summer exercises under the blazing sun left boys dehydrated and sunburned, but requesting water or shade was unthinkable. The training itself was designed to simulate combat conditions. Boys learned to fight with spears, swords, and shields that were often too heavy for their developing bodies. They practiced formation fighting, learning to move as a unit, while individual identity was systematically crushed. Injuries were common and largely ignored unless they prevented a boy from continuing his training. Wrestling was a daily activity, but not the organized sport we know today. These were brutal contests where boys fought until one was clearly defeated, often bloodied, and sometimes seriously injured. The instructors, themselves products of this same system, showed no sympathy for the wounded. Pain was considered a teacher, and every bruise a lesson in the harsh realities of warfare. Perhaps most psychologically damaging was the deliberate cultivation of mistrust among the boys. They were encouraged to inform on each other, to report weaknesses or failures to the instructors. Friendships were seen as potential vulnerabilities, emotional bonds that could compromise a warrior's effectiveness in battle. Boys learned to view their peers as competitors rather than companions, creating an atmosphere of constant tension and suspicion. The sleeping arrangements were designed to maximize discomfort and minimize rest. Boys slept on thin reed mats that provided little cushioning against the hard ground. Blankets were thin and insufficient for the cold nights, forcing boys to huddle together for warmth while maintaining the emotional distance they'd been taught to preserve. Sleep deprivation was common, with early morning drills and late evening training sessions leaving little time for proper rest. Hygiene was minimal and deliberately uncomfortable. Baths were infrequent and always in cold water, regardless of season. Boys were expected to maintain their equipment and living spaces, but with minimal tools and resources. Personal cleanliness was considered less important than military readiness, leading to conditions that would horrify modern parents. The psychological pressure was relentless. Boys who showed homesickness were mocked and punished. Those who cried were subjected to additional hardships until they learned to suppress their emotions completely. The goal was to create warriors who felt nothing, who could kill without hesitation and die without fear. Empathy was trained out of them as systematically as courage was trained in. As boys grew older, the training intensified rather than eased. Teenagers faced even more brutal challenges, including survival exercises where they were left alone in the wilderness with minimal supplies. These tests could last for days or weeks, with failure meaning death or permanent exile from Spartan society. Success meant advancement to the next level of training, where new horrors awaited. The Agoge wasn't just about creating soldiers. It was about creating a specific type of human being, one who valued the state above all else, who saw individual desires as weakness, and who was willing to sacrifice everything for the collective good of Sparta. It was a system that took children and systematically destroyed their humanity in service of an ideal that prized strength above all else. This educational nightmare lasted for over a decade, shaping not just the bodies, but the minds and souls of Spartan men. The boys who survived this system emerged as some of the most feared warriors in the ancient world, but at a cost that's difficult for us to comprehend today. The housing conditions in ancient Sparta were deliberately harsh, reflecting the city-state's obsession with military discipline and rejection of luxury. Unlike other Greek cities where citizens might enjoy comfortable homes, Spartan dwellings were austere, cramped, and designed to discourage any form of domestic comfort that might soften a warrior's resolve. Most Spartan houses were single-story structures built from local stone and mud brick, with walls that were thick enough to provide some insulation, but rarely plastered or decorated. The typical Spartan home consisted of just 2 or 3 small rooms, with earthen floors that became muddy during the rainy season and dusty during the dry months. Windows were few and small, covered only with wooden shutters that offered minimal protection from the elements. The main room served multiple purposes: cooking, eating, sleeping, and storage. Furniture was practically non-existent by design. Spartans slept on simple straw mats or rough woolen blankets spread directly on the floor. There were no beds, no chairs, no tables, just the bare necessities. This wasn't due to poverty, but rather a deliberate choice to maintain the harsh living conditions that supposedly built character and military readiness. Cooking facilities were primitive, even by ancient standards. Most homes had a simple hearth, essentially a stone-lined depression in the floor with a hole in the roof above to let smoke escape. There were no chimneys, so smoke would fill the room before slowly drifting out through the roof opening. During winter months, this created a constant haze of smoke that stung the eyes and made breathing difficult. The famous Spartan black broth was prepared in crude clay pots over these smoky fires. The lack of proper cooking facilities meant that food was often undercooked, overcooked, or contaminated with ash and debris. Storage was equally problematic. Grain and other foodstuffs were kept in large clay jars that provided little protection from rodents and insects. Privacy was virtually non-existent in Spartan homes. The thin walls meant that conversations, arguments, and intimate moments could be heard by neighbors. Families often lived in such close quarters that personal space was impossible. Children slept alongside their parents until they were old enough to join the Agoge System, at which point boys would leave home entirely. Sanitation in Spartan homes was appalling by any standard. There were no indoor toilets or running water. Waste was disposed of in crude outdoor latrines shared by multiple families, or simply thrown into the streets. Chamber pots, when they existed at all, were rarely cleaned properly. The smell of human waste permeated many residential areas, especially during the hot summer months. Water had to be carried from public wells or springs, often located considerable distances from homes. This meant that bathing was infrequent, and washing clothes was a laborious process. Most Spartans went days, or even weeks, without proper washing, contributing to the spread of diseases and parasites. The lack of soap meant that even when water was available, cleaning was ineffective. Heating during winter was a constant struggle. The small hearths provided minimal warmth, and fuel was often scarce. Spartans would huddle together under rough blankets, but the stone walls and earthen floors conducted cold efficiently. Frost would sometimes form inside homes during particularly harsh winters, and families would wake to find their water containers frozen solid. The roofs of Spartan homes were typically made of wood covered with clay tiles or thatch. These roofs leaked constantly during the rainy season, creating puddles on the floor and promoting the growth of mold and mildew. The dampness combined with poor ventilation created ideal conditions for respiratory illnesses, which were common throughout Spartan society. Lighting after dark was provided by crude oil lamps or torches, which produced more smoke than light. Most Spartans simply went to bed when the sun set and rose with the dawn. The lack of adequate lighting made evening activities difficult and dangerous, as people frequently injured themselves stumbling around in the darkness. Storage space was extremely limited in Spartan homes. Personal possessions were kept in simple wooden chests or clay vessels. Clothing was hung on pegs driven into the walls, and tools were stored wherever space could be found. This lack of storage meant that homes were constantly cluttered and disorganized, adding to the general sense of discomfort. The floors of Spartan homes were particularly problematic. Made of packed earth, they were impossible to keep clean. Dirt, food scraps, and other debris became ground into the surface, creating an unsanitary environment that attracted insects and rodents. During the rainy season, these floors would become muddy and slippery, making movement within the home treacherous. Insect infestations were common in Spartan homes. Fleas, lice, bedbugs, and other parasites thrived in the straw bedding and woolen blankets. Mosquitoes bred in the standing water that collected in various containers and puddles around the home. These insects not only caused discomfort, but also spread diseases throughout the population. The walls of Spartan homes were often cracked and deteriorating, allowing cold air, rain, and snow to enter. Repairs were infrequent and usually temporary, as the Spartan philosophy discouraged spending time or resources on domestic comfort. Families would simply endure the harsh conditions, viewing them as character-building experiences. Food storage presented constant challenges in Spartan homes. Without proper preservation methods, food would spoil quickly, especially during the summer months. Grain became infested with weevils. Dried meat attracted flies and maggots, and vegetables rotted in the humid conditions. Families often ate spoiled food rather than waste it, leading to frequent bouts of food poisoning and digestive problems. These deliberately harsh housing conditions were seen as essential to maintaining Spartan military superiority. The theory was that men who lived in comfort would become soft and ineffective in battle. By ensuring that even basic domestic life was uncomfortable and challenging, Spartan society aimed to produce warriors who could endure any hardship on the battlefield. The contrast between Spartan homes and those in other Greek cities was stark and intentional. While Athenians might enjoy decorated walls, comfortable furniture, and adequate heating, Spartans prided themselves on their ability to thrive in conditions that would have been considered unbearable elsewhere. This housing philosophy extended to every aspect of daily life, creating a society where comfort was viewed as weakness and hardship as virtue. The Spartan diet was as harsh and unforgiving as every other aspect of their society. Food was not viewed as pleasure or comfort, but merely as fuel for the war machine that was the Spartan state. The citizens of Sparta ate to survive, not to enjoy, and their meals reflected the brutal pragmatism that governed every aspect of their lives. The foundation of Spartan nutrition was the infamous black broth, known in Greek as mela somos. This concoction was so revolting that it became legendary throughout the ancient world for all the wrong reasons. The recipe was deceptively simple, yet utterly unappetizing. Pig's blood, vinegar, and salt, sometimes with small pieces of pork fat floating in the dark, viscous liquid. Ancient sources tell us that foreign visitors to Sparta would take one sip of this black broth and immediately understand why Spartans were so eager to die in battle. The joke among other Greeks was that death was preferable to eating Spartan food. Yet for Spartans, this repulsive mixture was consumed daily, sometimes multiple times per day, as their primary source of protein and sustenance. The preparation of black broth was as crude as its ingredients. Pig's blood would be collected during slaughter and mixed with cheap vinegar that had likely gone sour from poor storage. Salt, often coarse and impure, was added not for flavor, but for preservation. The mixture would be heated over an open fire, creating a thick, dark liquid that resembled tar more than food. Beyond the notorious black broth, the Spartan diet consisted of whatever could be grown on their rocky, mountainous terrain. Barley was the primary grain, ground into coarse flour and baked into dense, heavy bread that was more filling than flavorful. This barley bread was often so hard that it required soaking in water or wine just to make it edible. Spartans consumed small amounts of cheese made from goat's milk, as goats were among the few animals that could thrive in Sparta's harsh landscape. This cheese was typically aged until it became rock hard, then grated over their meager meals. Fresh milk was rare and considered a luxury that most Spartans never experienced. Vegetables were limited to whatever could survive in the poor soil and harsh climate. Onions, garlic, and various wild greens made up the bulk of their plant-based nutrition. These vegetables were often bitter and tough, requiring long cooking times to become even remotely palatable. Spartans would boil these vegetables until they were nearly flavorless, then season them with salt and vinegar. Meat was scarce and precious in Spartan society. Apart from the pork used in black broth, Spartans occasionally consumed wild game hunted in the surrounding mountains. Deer, wild boar, and various birds provided protein when available, but hunting was time-consuming and often unsuccessful. The meat they did obtain was typically tough and stringy, requiring hours of cooking to become chewable. Fish was virtually absent from the Spartan diet, despite their proximity to the sea. The Spartans' focus on land-based military training left little time or inclination for fishing. When fish was available, it was usually dried or salted to the point of being nearly inedible, more like chewing leather than consuming food. The cooking methods employed by Spartans were as primitive as their ingredients. Most food was boiled in large iron pots over open fires, with little attention paid to flavor or presentation. Roasting was rare, as it required more fuel and attention than the practical Spartans were willing to invest. Everything was cooked until it was soft enough to eat quickly and efficiently. Seasoning was minimal and utilitarian. Salt was the primary flavoring agent, used more for preservation than taste. Vinegar was added to everything, partly for flavor, but mainly because it helped preserve food in the Mediterranean heat. Herbs were occasionally used, but only those that grew wild and required no cultivation. The communal dining halls, known as syssitia, served the same monotonous meals day after day. Men would gather in groups of about 15, sharing from common pots of black broth and barley porridge. The portions were deliberately kept small, ensuring that even the strongest warriors remained lean and hungry. Water was the primary beverage, drawn from wells and springs that were often contaminated or brackish. Wine was available, but heavily diluted with water, creating a weak mixture that provided minimal alcohol content. Pure wine was considered a luxury and was rarely consumed except during religious festivals or military victories. The psychological impact of this poor diet cannot be understated. Constant hunger was a deliberate feature of Spartan life, designed to keep warriors aggressive and motivated. A well-fed soldier might become complacent, but a hungry one would fight fiercely for the promise of even a slightly better meal. Malnutrition was common among all social classes in Sparta, though it affected the Helots most severely. Vitamin deficiencies led to various health problems, including scurvy from lack of fresh fruits and vegetables, and rickets from insufficient nutrition during childhood development. Many Spartans suffered from dental problems due to their coarse, abrasive diet. The contrast between Spartan meals and those of other Greek city-states was stark. While Athenians enjoyed olive oil, fresh fish, honey, and imported delicacies, Spartans subsisted on their grim fare with stoic acceptance. This dietary deprivation was seen as character building, a way to separate the strong from the weak. Even during times of military campaign, Spartan rations remained deliberately inadequate. Soldiers were expected to forage for additional food or go without, training them to fight effectively even while weakened by hunger. This practice often backfired, as malnourished troops were more susceptible to disease and injury. The preparation and consumption of food in Sparta was stripped of all ceremony and pleasure. Meals were eaten quickly and in silence, with no conversation or enjoyment permitted. Food was viewed as a necessary evil, something to be consumed as efficiently as possible before returning to more important matters like military training. Women in Sparta faced similar dietary restrictions, though their meals were occasionally supplemented with small amounts of honey or dried fruits. Pregnant women received slightly larger portions, but even they were expected to maintain the lean, austere diet that characterized Spartan society. The long-term health consequences of this poor nutrition were severe and widespread. Spartans typically had shorter lifespans than their contemporaries in other Greek cities, and their physical development was often stunted by chronic malnutrition during crucial growth periods. The clothing worn by Spartans reflected their society's harsh priorities and deliberate rejection of comfort. Unlike other Greek city-states, where citizens might own multiple garments and take pride in their appearance, Spartans were deliberately restricted in what they could wear and own. This wasn't simply a matter of practicality or economics, but a calculated system designed to eliminate vanity, reduce individual expression, and maintain the collective focus on military readiness above all else. For Spartan men, clothing was remarkably limited and standardized. Each citizen received one cloak per year, known as a Hamadeion, which had to last through all seasons and weather conditions. This single garment served as their primary outer clothing, regardless of whether they faced the scorching Mediterranean summer or the cold, wet winters of the Peloponnese. The cloak was typically made from coarse wool, deliberately rough and uncomfortable against the skin. The color was usually a dark red or brown, chosen not for aesthetic appeal, but because these darker shades would better conceal bloodstains during combat and training. The infamous red cloaks of Spartan warriors weren't a symbol of luxury or status, but rather a practical consideration for warfare. Blood would be less visible on the dark fabric, preventing enemies from seeing when a Spartan had been wounded, and potentially maintaining the psychological advantage of appearing invincible. The cloaks were intentionally made from inferior materials, often scratchy and uncomfortable, as part of the broader philosophy that physical discomfort built mental toughness and prepared warriors for the hardships of campaign life. Beneath their cloaks, Spartan men wore simple tunics called chitons, again made from rough, undyed fabric. These garments were deliberately ill-fitting and uncomfortable, designed to chafe and irritate the skin during movement. The reasoning behind this deliberate discomfort was that a warrior who was accustomed to constant minor irritation from his clothing would be better prepared to ignore pain and discomfort during battle. The tunics were also intentionally short, exposing the legs to cold, wind, and injury during training exercises. Footwear was another area where Spartans deliberately chose hardship over comfort. Most Spartan men went barefoot for the majority of their lives, developing thick, calloused soles that could handle rough terrain, sharp rocks, and extreme temperatures. When footwear was absolutely necessary, they wore simple leather sandals with minimal protection. These sandals were often poorly made and uncomfortable, with rough straps that would rub against the feet during long marches. The lack of proper footwear meant that Spartan feet were constantly exposed to injury, infection, and extreme weather conditions. The restrictions on personal possessions extended far beyond clothing to encompass virtually every aspect of daily life. Spartan citizens were prohibited from owning gold or silver, with iron bars serving as the only acceptable form of currency. These iron bars were deliberately made heavy and cumbersome, making it impractical to accumulate wealth or engage in extensive trade. The bars would rust and deteriorate over time, ensuring that even this limited form of currency had a built-in obsolescence that discouraged hoarding. Personal grooming items were similarly restricted and primitive. Spartans were forbidden from using mirrors, perfumes, or any cosmetic items that might encourage vanity or self-regard. Hair was kept short and practical, with elaborate styling forbidden. Men were required to maintain beards once they reached maturity, but these were kept trimmed short and functional rather than styled for appearance. The lack of mirrors meant that Spartans had little opportunity to examine their own appearance, further reducing focus on personal vanity. Jewelry and decorative items were strictly forbidden for all citizens. No rings, bracelets, necklaces, or ornamental pins were permitted. Even functional items like belt buckles or cloak pins had to be made from iron and kept as plain and utilitarian as possible. This prohibition extended to weapons and armor as well, which could not be decorated or personalized beyond basic functionality. A Spartan warrior's shield, spear, and sword were tools of war, not expressions of individual identity or wealth. The homes of Spartan citizens reflected these same principles of deliberate austerity. Furniture was minimal and uncomfortable, typically consisting of rough wooden benches, simple tables, and hard sleeping surfaces. Beds were often nothing more than wooden frames with thin, uncomfortable mattresses stuffed with straw or reeds. Blankets were coarse and provided minimal warmth, forcing inhabitants to develop tolerance for cold and discomfort even during sleep. Cooking and eating utensils were equally primitive and limited. Each household was permitted only the most basic pottery and iron implements necessary for food preparation and consumption. Decorative pottery, fine ceramics, or ornate serving pieces were forbidden. Cups, bowls, and plates were rough, unglazed clay vessels that were difficult to clean and uncomfortable to use. Eating utensils were limited to simple iron knives and wooden spoons, with no specialized tools for different types of food. Personal hygiene items were restricted to the absolute minimum necessary for basic cleanliness. Soap was a luxury item that most Spartans could not access, forcing them to rely on rough scrubbing with coarse cloths and cold water. Olive oil was sometimes available for cleaning, but this was considered a precious resource that should not be wasted on personal comfort. Teeth were cleaned with rough twigs or fingers, and dental problems were simply endured without treatment. The psychological impact of these material restrictions was profound and intentional. By eliminating personal possessions, decorative items, and comfort objects, Spartan society forced its citizens to find identity and satisfaction through collective achievement rather than individual accumulation. The constant physical discomfort from rough clothing, poor furniture, and limited personal items served as a daily reminder that comfort was weakness, and that true strength came from the ability to endure hardship without complaint. These restrictions on clothing and personal items created a society where external appearances were deliberately uniform and unremarkable, forcing focus onto character, military skill, and service to the state. The result was a population that was physically tough, mentally resilient, and completely oriented toward collective rather than individual goals, though at the cost of basic human comfort and individual expression. The concept of personal hygiene in ancient Sparta existed in a realm so foreign to modern sensibilities that it challenges our very understanding of what it means to be clean. While other Greek city-states had begun developing sophisticated approaches to bathing and personal care, Sparta's military culture created a unique and often disturbing relationship with cleanliness that prioritized function over comfort in the most extreme ways imaginable. The Spartan approach to bathing was fundamentally different from what we might expect from an advanced civilization. Public bathhouses, common throughout much of the Greek world, were viewed with suspicion in Sparta. The leadership believed that frequent bathing softened both the body and the spirit, making warriors less capable of enduring the hardships of campaign life. This philosophy extended beyond simple preference into active discouragement of what they considered excessive cleanliness. Young Spartan boys in the Agoge were deliberately denied regular bathing opportunities as part of their conditioning. They were permitted only a handful of baths throughout the entire year, typically coinciding with religious festivals or significant military ceremonies. The rest of the time, they were expected to maintain themselves through cold water rinses and the most basic of cleaning practices. This wasn't neglect, but rather a calculated strategy to build resilience and reduce dependence on comfort. The bathing facilities that did exist in Sparta were notably austere compared to those found in Athens or other Greek cities, where other cultures had developed elaborate hot baths with sophisticated heating systems. Spartan facilities consisted primarily of cold water pools and basic washing areas. The water was often drawn directly from mountain streams, maintaining temperatures that would shock the system and reinforce the culture's emphasis on enduring discomfort. Personal grooming practices among Spartans reflected this same philosophy of functional minimalism. Hair care, for instance, was approached with practical considerations rather than aesthetic ones. Spartan men typically wore their hair long, but this wasn't a fashion choice so much as a practical one. Long hair provided some protection for the neck and head during combat, and the maintenance required was minimal compared to more elaborate styling practices common elsewhere. The famous Spartan practice of combing and oiling their hair before battle, as described by Herodotus at Thermopylae, represents one of the few concessions to personal grooming in their culture. However, even this ritual served multiple purposes beyond mere appearance. The oil helped protect the scalp from sun and wind, while the combing process served as a meditative preparation for combat. It was grooming with a distinctly military purpose rather than vanity. Dental hygiene in ancient Sparta was particularly challenging given their dietary restrictions and cultural attitudes toward comfort. The coarse bread and simple foods that formed the foundation of Spartan nutrition were hard on teeth, causing significant wear and decay. Without access to sophisticated dental care or even basic cleaning tools, many Spartans suffered from severe dental problems that would have caused constant pain and difficulty eating. The lack of emphasis on dental care wasn't merely oversight, but reflected deeper cultural values about enduring pain and discomfort. Spartans were expected to bear physical ailments, including dental problems, without complaint. This stoic approach to suffering meant that even treatable conditions were often left to worsen, creating additional hardship in daily life. Clothing and textile hygiene presented another significant challenge in Spartan society. The single cloak that served as a Spartan's primary garment for the entire year was rarely washed, becoming increasingly soiled and odorous over time. The coarse wool material was difficult to clean effectively, and the cultural emphasis on enduring discomfort meant that the unpleasant smell and feel of unwashed clothing was simply accepted as part of life. The communal living arrangements in Sparta created additional hygiene challenges that would be difficult to imagine in modern contexts. Sleeping quarters were shared among multiple individuals with minimal bedding and no privacy for personal care. The close quarters meant that any hygiene issues quickly became communal problems. Yet the cultural emphasis on enduring hardship prevented individuals from addressing these concerns effectively. Spartan women, while not subject to the same extreme conditions as men in the Agoge, still lived within a culture that prioritized function over comfort in matters of personal care. Their bathing and grooming practices were more regular than those of the men, but still far more austere than what was common in other Greek cities. The emphasis on physical fitness and outdoor activities meant that Spartan women were often exposed to elements that made maintaining cleanliness particularly challenging. The medical understanding of hygiene's relationship to health was limited throughout the ancient world, but Sparta's cultural attitudes made the situation even more problematic. While other Greek cities had begun to recognize connections between cleanliness and disease prevention, Sparta's emphasis on enduring hardship meant that such considerations were often dismissed as weakness or excessive concern for comfort. Skin conditions were common among Spartans due to the combination of limited bathing, coarse clothing, and exposure to harsh environmental conditions. The single cloak worn year-round often caused chafing and irritation, while the lack of regular washing allowed various skin ailments to develop and persist. These conditions were generally viewed as character-building experiences rather than problems to be solved. The contrast between Spartan hygiene practices and those of other Greek cities was stark enough to be noticed and commented upon by ancient writers. Visitors to Sparta often remarked on the distinctive odor and appearance of Spartan citizens, noting the obvious signs of their austere lifestyle. These observations weren't necessarily critical, but rather reflected genuine surprise at how different Spartan practices were from the norm. The psychological impact of these hygiene conditions cannot be understated. Living in constant discomfort from unwashed clothing, infrequent bathing, and untreated minor ailments created a baseline level of physical stress that affected every aspect of daily life. This discomfort was intentional, designed to build mental toughness and reduce dependence on physical comfort. But the cost in terms of quality of life was substantial. Understanding Spartan hygiene practices provides crucial insight into how thoroughly their military culture penetrated every aspect of daily existence. Even the most basic human needs for cleanliness and comfort were subordinated to the larger goal of creating hardened warriors capable of enduring any hardship. This represents perhaps one of the most extreme examples in human history of a society deliberately choosing discomfort as a path to strength. The medical practices of ancient Sparta were as harsh and unforgiving as every other aspect of their society. While other Greek city-states were developing sophisticated medical knowledge, Spartans maintained a brutal approach to health and healing that prioritized military efficiency over individual well-being. Their medical philosophy was simple. If you couldn't fight, you were expendable. Spartan medicine was dominated by the concept of natural selection through suffering. They believed that exposing the body to extreme conditions would strengthen it, making elaborate medical interventions unnecessary. This philosophy extended to their treatment of injuries, illnesses, and even childbirth. Pain was seen as a test of character rather than something to be alleviated. The role of physicians in Sparta was severely limited compared to other Greek cities. While Athens and other city-states welcomed foreign doctors and encouraged medical learning, Sparta viewed outside medical knowledge with suspicion. They preferred their traditional methods, no matter how primitive or ineffective. Foreign physicians were rarely allowed to practice, and those who did faced constant scrutiny. Spartan medical training focused primarily on battlefield medicine. Young men learned to treat wounds, set bones, and perform basic surgery, but always with the understanding that the goal was to return warriors to combat as quickly as possible. There was little interest in preventive medicine or treating chronic conditions that didn't directly impact military performance. The treatment of injuries in Sparta was notoriously harsh. Soldiers were expected to endure pain without complaint, and showing weakness during medical treatment was considered shameful. Wounds were often cleaned with wine or vinegar, and crude surgical procedures were performed without any form of anesthesia. The patient's ability to remain stoic during treatment was seen as a measure of their Spartan virtue. Bone setting was particularly brutal in Spartan society. Broken bones were reset using primitive methods, often resulting in permanent deformities or disabilities. However, if these injuries didn't prevent a warrior from fighting, they were considered acceptable outcomes. Many Spartan veterans bore the scars and twisted limbs that testified to their society's harsh medical practices. The treatment of diseases in Sparta was equally primitive. They had little understanding of contagion or infection, leading to widespread illness during times of plague or epidemic. Their remedies often consisted of herbal treatments passed down through generations, combined with physical endurance tests that were supposed to strengthen the body's natural defenses. Mental health was completely ignored in Spartan medical practice. What we would now recognize as trauma, depression, or anxiety disorders were simply viewed as character flaws or signs of weakness. Warriors suffering from what we might call post-traumatic stress were expected to overcome their problems through discipline and training, not medical intervention. Spartan women faced their own unique medical challenges. Childbirth was treated as another test of endurance, with minimal medical assistance provided. Women were expected to deliver their children with stoic acceptance of pain, and those who cried out during labor were viewed as failing in their duty. Infant mortality rates were high, but this was accepted as natural selection at work. The practice of infanticide in Sparta extended to their medical philosophy. Newborns who showed any signs of weakness or deformity were left to die on Mount Taygetus. This wasn't seen as cruel, but as preventing future medical burdens on the state. The Spartans believed they were creating a stronger society by eliminating those who would require ongoing medical care. Surgical procedures in Sparta were crude and dangerous. Without proper understanding of anatomy or sterile techniques, operations often resulted in infection and death. Amputations were performed with basic tools, and the survival rate was extremely low. However, those who did survive were often revered for their ability to endure such brutal treatment. The Spartan approach to dental care was equally primitive. Tooth extraction was performed without anesthesia, using simple tools that often caused more damage than they prevented. Dental hygiene was poor, and tooth loss was common among all age groups. However, complaining about dental pain was seen as a sign of weakness. Herbal medicine played a significant role in Spartan medical practice, but their knowledge was limited and often ineffective. They used local plants and minerals to create remedies, but without scientific understanding of their properties. Many of these treatments were harmless but useless, while others were actively dangerous. The treatment of elderly Spartans reflected their society's values about medical care. Once citizens became too old to contribute militarily, medical resources were rarely wasted on them. The elderly were expected to endure their ailments with dignity and die, without burdening the state with expensive treatments. Spartan medical practitioners had no formal training in the modern sense. Knowledge was passed down through apprenticeships and battlefield experience. There were no medical schools, libraries, or systematic study of anatomy. This meant that medical knowledge remained static for generations, with little innovation or improvement. The lack of medical privacy in Sparta meant that all health issues became public knowledge. Citizens couldn't hide illnesses or injuries, as this would be seen as deception. This public scrutiny added psychological pressure to the already difficult process of dealing with medical problems in Spartan society. Quarantine practices in Sparta were harsh and often ineffective. During epidemics, the sick were often isolated in conditions that made recovery unlikely. The focus was on protecting the healthy population rather than treating the ill, leading to higher mortality rates during disease outbreaks. The Spartan military medical corps was better organized than civilian medicine, but still primitive by modern standards. Army medics were trained to perform basic battlefield surgery and wound care, but their primary goal was to determine who could return to fighting and who should be left to die. Pain management in Spartan medicine was virtually non-existent. The society's emphasis on enduring suffering meant that developing methods to reduce pain was seen as counterproductive. Warriors were expected to build tolerance to pain through exposure, not through medical intervention. The influence of superstition on Spartan medicine cannot be understated. Many treatments were based on religious beliefs rather than medical knowledge. Prayers, sacrifices, and rituals were often considered more important than actual medical intervention, leading to delayed or inappropriate treatment of serious conditions. Record-keeping of medical practices was minimal in Sparta. Unlike other Greek cities that documented medical knowledge, Spartans relied on oral tradition. This meant that medical advances were rarely preserved or shared, keeping their practices primitive compared to their contemporaries. The integration of physical training with medical philosophy in Sparta created a unique but flawed approach to health. While regular exercise did provide some health benefits, their extreme methods often caused more injuries than they prevented. The line between beneficial conditioning and harmful abuse was frequently crossed. These harsh medical practices were just another reflection of Sparta's unforgiving society, where individual suffering was always secondary to state interests. In our next segment, we'll explore how Spartan religious practices reinforced these brutal social norms, creating a spiritual framework that justified their harsh treatment of human suffering. The Spartan approach to marriage and family life was unlike anything we might recognize today, shaped entirely by the state's relentless focus on producing superior warriors. From the moment of conception through the raising of children, every aspect of family life served the military machine that was Sparta. Marriage in Sparta began not with romance or personal choice, but with a bizarre ritual that would seem almost comical if it weren't so deeply embedded in their warrior culture. When a Spartan man decided to marry, typically around age 30, after completing his military service in the barracks, the process began with what they called marriage by capture. This wasn't actual kidnapping, but rather a ritualized abduction that symbolized the violent nature of Spartan society. The bride-to-be would have her head shaved completely bald, a practice that served multiple purposes in Spartan thinking. First, it was meant to make the transition easier for men who had spent years in the exclusively male environment of the military barracks, surrounded only by other warriors. The shaved head was supposed to make the bride appear more masculine, easing this transition. Additionally, the bald head was practical for hygiene and lice prevention, though this reasoning was secondary to the symbolic meaning. After the head shaving, the bride would be dressed in men's clothing and sandals, then left alone in a dark room to wait for her new husband. The groom would arrive under cover of darkness, spend a brief time with his bride, and then return to his military barracks, where he would continue to live. This clandestine meeting pattern would continue for months or even years, with the husband sneaking away from his military duties to visit his wife in secret. The secrecy wasn't just tradition, it was legally mandated. Spartan law required that these nighttime visits remain hidden from both military commanders and fellow soldiers. Getting caught could result in punishment for abandoning military duties. Some couples reportedly went months without seeing each other in daylight, conducting their entire early marriage in darkness and secrecy. This arrangement meant that Spartan wives enjoyed unusual independence compared to women in other Greek city-states. While their husbands lived in barracks, women managed households, property, and often entire estates. They could own land, conduct business, and make important decisions without male oversight. However, this freedom came with the heavy responsibility of producing and raising future warriors for the state. Spartan women were expected to maintain peak physical condition throughout their lives, not for personal health, but to ensure they could bear strong children. They participated in athletic competitions, running, wrestling, and throwing javelins while wearing minimal clothing. This shocked visitors from other Greek cities, where women lived largely secluded lives, but Spartans believed physical fitness was essential for producing healthy offspring. The pressure to produce children was immense and deeply personal. Spartan society practiced a form of eugenics, believing that only the strongest should reproduce. If a marriage failed to produce children within a reasonable time, the state could intervene. Husbands might be required to share their wives with other men deemed genetically superior, or wives could be assigned to different partners entirely. When children were finally born, their fate was decided not by their parents, but by a council of elders. Every newborn was examined for physical defects, weakness, or any sign that they might not develop into effective warriors. Bobbies who failed this inspection were taken to Mount Taygetus and left to die of exposure. This practice, called exposure, was considered not only acceptable, but necessary for maintaining Spartan strength. Even children who passed the initial inspection faced constant evaluation. Parents were discouraged from forming strong emotional bonds with their offspring, knowing that the state could claim them at any time. Mothers were taught to value their children primarily as future servants of Sparta, rather than as individuals deserving of unconditional love. Boys who survived infancy lived with their families only until age 7, when they were taken from their homes to begin the Agoge training system. This separation was permanent in many ways. While boys might see their families occasionally, their primary loyalty and emotional bonds were redirected toward their military units and the state itself. Girls remained at home longer, but faced their own challenges. They were trained in household management, weaving, and other domestic skills. but always with the understanding that their primary purpose was to become mothers of warriors. Their education included physical training and some literacy, making them more educated than women in most other Greek societies. But this education served the state's goals rather than personal development. Family meals, when they occurred at all, were brief and utilitarian. Spartan homes were deliberately kept simple and uncomfortable, with minimal furniture and decorations. The idea was that comfort bred weakness, so even family spaces were designed to maintain the harsh conditions that supposedly created strong character. Discipline within families was harsh and immediate. Children learned early that questioning authority or showing weakness would result in swift punishment. Parents were expected to be stern disciplinarians rather than nurturing caregivers, preparing their children for the brutal realities of Spartan military life. The emotional cost of this system was enormous, though rarely acknowledged in Spartan society. Mothers regularly lost children to exposure, military training accidents, or combat. Fathers remained distant figures who prioritized state loyalty over family bonds. Marriages were functional arrangements rather than partnerships based on affection or compatibility. Even death was handled differently in Spartan families. When warriors died in battle, their families were expected to celebrate rather than mourn, viewing death in combat as the highest honor. Mothers who received news of their sons' deaths were supposed to respond with pride, not grief. The famous phrase, "return with your shield or on it," reflected this expectation that family members should prioritize military honor over personal survival. This systematic dismantling of normal family bonds created a society where individual identity was subsumed into collective military purpose. Children grew up understanding that their personal desires, relationships, and even survival were secondary to the needs of the Spartan state. Family life, rather than providing refuge from the harsh demands of society, became another training ground for producing the next generation of warriors, regardless of the human cost involved in this relentless pursuit of military excellence. While Spartan men endured their brutal military training, the women of Sparta lived lives that were equally demanding, though in different ways. The role of Spartan women was fundamentally tied to their primary purpose, producing strong, healthy warriors for the state. This biological imperative shaped every aspect of their existence, from childhood through old age. Unlike women in other Greek city-states who were confined to domestic spaces, Spartan girls participated in rigorous physical training from an early age. They ran, wrestled, threw javelins, and engaged in various athletic competitions. The state believed that physically strong mothers would produce physically strong sons. This training took place in public spaces, often with minimal clothing, which scandalized visitors from other Greek cities. The physical regimen for young Spartan women was exhausting and relentless. They would wake before dawn to begin their exercises, starting with long distance running across the rocky terrain surrounding Sparta. The girls ran barefoot, their feet becoming hardened and scarred from the sharp stones and thorns. After running, they would engage in wrestling matches that often left them bruised and bloodied. Javelin throwing was another essential skill, and the girls practiced for hours until their arms ached and their shoulders burned. They learned to hurl the heavy spears with deadly accuracy, developing the same precision that their male counterparts needed in battle. The training was so intense that many girls suffered injuries that would affect them for life. The diet of young Spartan women was carefully controlled to promote physical development. They ate simple meals of black broth, barley bread, and occasional portions of meat. However, unlike the men who were deliberately kept hungry, the women received adequate nutrition to support their reproductive health. Still, the food was bland and monotonous, offering little pleasure or variety. As they matured, Spartan women faced the constant pressure of their reproductive duties. Marriage was not a romantic choice, but a state-mandated arrangement designed to produce the strongest possible offspring. Women were typically married in their late teens to men who were often much older, sometimes by decades. The wedding ceremonies were stark and utilitarian, lacking the celebrations found in other Greek cultures. The marriage process itself was deliberately harsh and impersonal. The bride's head was shaved completely bald, and she was dressed in men's clothing before being left alone in a dark room. The groom would visit briefly and secretly, often without extended conversation or intimacy. This practice was designed to minimize emotional attachment and focus purely on the biological function of reproduction. Pregnancy brought new challenges and expectations. Pregnant Spartan women were expected to continue their physical training almost until the moment of birth, believing that this would strengthen both mother and child. They lifted heavy objects, ran long distances, and engaged in wrestling matches even while carrying children. Many suffered miscarriages or complications due to this extreme physical stress. Childbirth itself was viewed as another form of military service. Women were expected to endure labor without complaint or assistance beyond basic midwifery. Those who died in childbirth were honored similarly to men who died in battle, with their names inscribed on tombstones as heroes of the state. This comparison reveals how completely militarized Spartan society had become. After giving birth, Spartan mothers faced the terrifying prospect of the state inspection. All newborns were examined by a council of elders who determined whether the child was fit to live. Weak or deformed infants were taken to the apotheke, a chasm in the mountains, and left to die. Mothers had no say in this decision and were expected to accept the judgment without protest. For those children who survived the initial inspection. Mothers had only limited time to bond with them. Boys were taken away at age 7 for their Agoge training, while girls remained longer, but were still subject to state control. The emotional toll of this separation was immense, yet Spartan women were trained from birth to suppress their maternal instincts in service of the state. The daily life of adult Spartan women involved managing households while their husbands were away at war or training. They supervised slaves, managed agricultural production, and maintained the family property. However, they had little personal freedom and were constantly monitored by state officials who ensured they remained focused on their reproductive and domestic duties. Spartan women were expected to maintain their physical fitness throughout their lives. Even elderly women participated in exercises and competitions, believing that their continued strength would inspire younger generations. Many suffered from chronic injuries and joint problems due to decades of intense physical activity, yet they were expected to endure these ailments without complaint. The clothing of Spartan women reflected their utilitarian lifestyle. They wore simple, rough-woven garments that allowed for freedom of movement during exercise, but provided little comfort or warmth. In winter, they added minimal layers, developing a tolerance for cold that visitors found remarkable. Their feet remained bare or minimally shod throughout their lives, becoming tough and calloused. Social interactions among Spartan women were limited and structured around state purposes. They gathered for religious ceremonies, athletic competitions, and communal meals, but personal friendships were discouraged if they interfered with loyalty to the state. Conversations focused on practical matters, child rearing, household management, and preparation for their sons' military service. The psychological impact of this lifestyle was profound. Spartan women developed a stoic demeanor that masked deep emotional struggles. They learned to suppress grief when their children died, pride when they succeeded, and fear when facing their own mortality. This emotional repression created a society of women who appeared strong, but were often deeply traumatized. Education for Spartan women was limited to practical skills and state ideology. They learned basic reading and mathematics necessary for household management, but literature, philosophy, and arts were considered unnecessary distractions. Their intellectual development was deliberately stunted to maintain focus on their primary functions as mothers and household managers. As they aged, Spartan women faced the prospect of outliving multiple children lost to war, disease, or state selection. The accumulation of grief and loss created a generation of elderly women who had sacrificed everything for a state that viewed them primarily as breeding stock. Yet they were expected to maintain their stoic facade and continue serving as examples for younger women. The lives of Spartan women reveal the complete subordination of individual humanity to state purposes. Every aspect of their existence, from physical training to emotional expression, was controlled and directed toward producing warriors for Sparta's military machine. Their suffering was just as real and profound as that of the men, though it took different forms and received less recognition in historical accounts. While Spartan citizens endured harsh conditions in their pursuit of military excellence, there existed an entire population whose suffering far exceeded anything experienced by their masters. The Helots represented the darkest aspect of Spartan society, a massive enslaved population whose brutal treatment enabled the very existence of the Spartan state. The Helots were not typical slaves acquired through warfare or trade. They were the descendants of entire populations conquered by Sparta during its early expansion, particularly the Messenians who had once been free Greeks with their own cities and culture. When Sparta conquered Messenia in the 8th century BCE, they didn't simply kill or exile the population. Instead, they reduced the entire people to a state of permanent bondage, creating a system of enslavement that would persist for centuries. Unlike slaves in other Greek cities who might work in households or workshops, Helots were primarily agricultural workers bound to the land. They cultivated the plots assigned to Spartan citizens, providing the food that allowed Spartans to focus entirely on military training. Each Spartan citizen received a kleros, or land allotment, worked by Helots who were required to deliver a fixed portion of the harvest to their Spartan masters. The living conditions of Helots were deliberately kept harsh to maintain their subjugation. They lived in simple mud brick huts scattered across the countryside, often little more than single rooms that housed entire families. These dwellings lacked proper foundations, windows, or chimneys, making them cold in winter and stifling in summer. The floors were typically packed earth, and furniture consisted of simple wooden stools and sleeping mats made from woven reeds. Helot clothing marked their inferior status as clearly as any brand. They were required to wear distinctive garments made from rough, undyed wool or leather, often patched and mended repeatedly until they fell apart. The typical Helot outfit consisted of a short tunic that barely reached the knees, providing little protection from the elements. In winter, they might add a crude cloak, but many went without adequate protection from cold and rain. The diet of Helots consisted primarily of barley porridge, supplemented by whatever vegetables they could grow in small plots around their dwellings. Meat was a rare luxury, usually limited to the occasional goat or pig that died of natural causes. They were forbidden from hunting, and any Helot caught with weapons faced severe punishment. During harvest season, Helots were required to deliver a substantial portion of their crops to their Spartan masters, often leaving barely enough for their own families to survive the winter months. Perhaps most terrifying was the annual ritual of the crypteia, a practice that revealed the systematic brutality underlying Spartan society Each year, the ephors would formally declare war on the Helot population, making it legal for young Spartans to kill Helots without religious or legal consequences. During the Crypteia, groups of young Spartan warriors would venture into Helot territories at night, hunting down and murdering those deemed potentially rebellious, or simply to provide combat experience for the young soldiers. The psychological impact of the Crypteia cannot be overstated. Helots lived in constant fear, knowing that any night might bring death at the hands of their master's children. This state-sanctioned terrorism served multiple purposes. It eliminated potential leaders among the Helot population, provided practical training for young Spartans, and maintained a climate of fear that discouraged organized resistance. Helots were also subjected to ritualized humiliation, designed to reinforce their inferior status. They were forced to wear dogskin caps, a symbol of their animal-like status in Spartan eyes. During certain festivals, Helots were compelled to drink unmixed wine until they became violently ill, then paraded before young Spartans as examples of the degradation that came from lack of self-control. These displays served as both entertainment for the Spartans and moral instruction for their children. The family life of Helots existed under constant threat of separation. Spartan masters could relocate Helots at will, breaking up families and communities without warning. Children born to Helot parents automatically inherited their enslaved status, creating a permanent caste system that offered no hope of advancement or escape. Helot women faced additional vulnerabilities, as they could be sexually exploited by their Spartan masters with no legal recourse. Despite these oppressive conditions, Helots vastly outnumbered their Spartan masters, possibly by as much as 7-1. This demographic reality created a constant source of anxiety for Spartan society, leading to increasingly harsh measures to prevent rebellion. Helots were forbidden from gathering in large groups, traveling without permission, or possessing any items that could serve as weapons. Even farming tools were carefully monitored and counted. The Helot system created a paradox at the heart of Spartan society. While Spartans prided themselves on their courage and martial virtue, their entire way of life depended on the systematic oppression of a much larger population. The very agricultural labor that freed Spartans to pursue military excellence was extracted through violence and terror from people who had once been their equals. Helot revolts did occur, most notably the Great Messenian uprising in the 7th century BCE that lasted for decades. These rebellions were met with extreme brutality, as Spartans recognized that any successful Helot revolt would mean the end of their society. The constant threat of rebellion shaped Spartan military doctrine, with much of their tactical development focused on suppressing internal uprisings rather than external enemies. The treatment of Helots reveals the fundamental contradiction in Spartan societies claimed to represent Greek values of freedom and excellence. While they spoke of liberty and virtue, their entire civilization rested on the systematic dehumanization of a conquered population. The harsh conditions imposed on Helots were not merely a byproduct of Spartan militarism, but an essential component of a system that required the complete subjugation of the many to enable the supposed excellence of the few. This enslaved population, living in constant fear and deprivation, represented the true cost of Spartan society. Their suffering was not incidental to Spartan greatness, but the very foundation upon which it was built, revealing the hollow nature of Spartan claims to moral superiority. Between the privileged Spartiates and the oppressed Helots existed a third class that historians often overlook. Yet they formed the economic backbone of Spartan society. The Perioikoi, literally meaning those who dwell around, occupied a precarious middle ground that was neither free nor enslaved, neither citizen nor property. These were the descendants of conquered peoples who had submitted to Spartan rule without resistance, earning them a status slightly above slavery, but far below citizenship. The Perioikoi lived in approximately 100 communities scattered throughout Laconia and Messenia, always under the watchful eye of Spartan overseers who could appear without warning to inspect their activities. Unlike the Helots who worked the land, the Perioikoi served as craftsmen, traders, and manufacturers. They forged the weapons that Spartan warriors carried into battle, crafted the pottery that graced Spartan homes, and produced the textiles that clothed the warrior class. Their workshops hummed with activity from dawn until dusk, the sound of hammers on metal and looms clicking rhythmically, filling the air of their designated quarters. The irony of Perioikoi existence was profound. While Spartan law forbade citizens from engaging in manual labor or commerce, considering such activities beneath the dignity of warriors, the entire military machine depended entirely on Perioikoi production. Every spear point, every shield, every piece of armor that protected a Spartan in battle had been shaped by Perioikoi hands working in dimly lit forges. Their living conditions reflected their intermediate status. Perioikoi homes were modest, but substantially better than Helot hovels. Built of stone and timber, these dwellings typically featured 2 or 3 rooms with proper roofing, and sometimes even decorated pottery. However, luxury remained beyond their reach, as sumptuary laws strictly regulated what they could own, wear, or display. The Perioikoi could accumulate wealth through their crafts and trade, but this prosperity came with invisible chains. They could not leave their assigned communities without permission, could not marry outside their class without approval, and could never aspire to political participation. Their children inherited their status generation after generation, bound to the same restricted existence. Trade relationships defined much of Perioikoi daily life. They conducted business with merchants from other Greek cities, exchanging Spartan goods for materials unavailable in Laconia. These interactions provided glimpses of the wider world beyond Spartan borders. Yet, they remained forever observers rather than participants in the broader Greek cultural exchange. Military service offered the only path to limited advancement for Perioikoi men. While they could never become full citizens, exceptional service in Spartan armies might earn them slightly improved status or reduced restrictions. Some Perioikoi served as light infantry, others as naval crews, always fighting alongside, but never equal to their Spartan commanders. The psychological burden of Perioikoi existence was perhaps heavier than their physical hardships. They possessed enough education to understand their situation, enough skill to see their value, yet remained permanently excluded from the society they sustained. This awareness created a unique form of suffering, different from the Helots' desperate survival or the Spartiates' rigid conformity. Religious practices provided one of the few areas where Perioikoi enjoyed relative freedom. They could worship traditional gods, maintain local festivals, and preserve some cultural traditions from their pre-conquest ancestors. These celebrations offered brief respites from the monotony of controlled existence, moments when community bonds could strengthen without Spartan interference. Women among the Perioikoi faced double restrictions, limited both by their class status and gender expectations. Unlike Spartan women who enjoyed unusual freedoms, Perioikoi women lived under traditional Greek constraints regarding property, marriage, and public participation. They worked alongside men in family workshops, but remained legally dependent throughout their lives. The economic relationship between Perioikoi and Spartans created a complex web of dependence. While Spartans needed Perioikoi production, they also feared Perioikoi potential for rebellion. This tension resulted in constant surveillance, unexpected inspections, and harsh punishments for any perceived disloyalty or attempt to organize resistance. Housing arrangements reflected these security concerns. Perioikoi communities were strategically located to prevent easy communication between settlements. Roads connecting their towns were deliberately kept in poor condition, making rapid movement difficult. Guard posts monitored major routes, ensuring that any unusual activity would be quickly reported to Spartan authorities. Despite these restrictions, Perioikoi developed sophisticated underground networks for sharing information and maintaining cultural connections. Traveling craftsmen carried news between communities. Religious pilgrims exchanged messages, and trade relationships concealed communication channels that Spartan overseers never fully discovered. The daily routine of a Perioikoi craftsman began before sunrise with prayers to patron deities of their trade. Work commenced with the first light, as fuel for lamps and forges was expensive and carefully rationed. Midday brought a brief rest during the hottest hours. Then labor continued until darkness made detailed work impossible. Quality control was ruthless, as Spartan military effectiveness depended on Perioikoi craftsmanship. Defective weapons or armor could result in severe punishment, not just for the individual craftsman, but for their entire family. This pressure created a culture of perfectionism that paradoxically took pride in work done under coercion. The Perioikoi represented perhaps the most psychologically complex class in Spartan society. Neither the desperate hopelessness of Helots nor the rigid certainty of Spartiates. They lived in a gray area of limited possibilities and constant awareness of their essential, yet undervalued role in maintaining the very system that oppressed them. The military barracks of Sparta represented perhaps the most extreme example of deliberately harsh living conditions in the ancient world. These weren't temporary accommodations for wartime campaigns, but permanent homes for adult Spartan men who lived communally from age 20 until 30, and often beyond. The syssitia, or common mess halls, formed the center of this austere military lifestyle, where comfort was not merely absent, but actively discouraged as a corrupting influence. Each barrack housed between 15 and 20 men in a single large room with stone walls and minimal furnishing. There were no individual quarters, no privacy, and certainly no personal belongings beyond the most essential military equipment. The floors were typically bare earth or rough stone, covered only with thin reed mats that provided little cushioning against the cold, hard ground. During winter months, the temperature inside these stone buildings could drop to near freezing levels, with only small braziers providing inadequate warmth for the entire group. The sleeping arrangements epitomized Spartan philosophy of hardship as character building. Men slept on narrow wooden platforms or directly on the floor, using only a single thin cloak as both blanket and mattress. This cloak, called a hammadion, was the same garment worn during the day and was deliberately kept minimal in both size and thickness. The idea was that soldiers should become accustomed to sleeping in any conditions they might encounter on campaign, whether on rocky ground, in snow, or under the open sky. Personal hygiene facilities in the barracks were primitive at best. There were communal washing areas with cold water basins, but hot water was considered a luxury that would weaken the soldiers' resolve. Men were expected to maintain basic cleanliness, but elaborate grooming rituals were forbidden as signs of vanity and softness. The contrast with other Greek city-states, where wealthy citizens enjoyed heated baths and scented oils, was stark and intentional. The daily routine within these barracks began before dawn, with harsh wake-up calls and immediate physical exercises. There was no gradual awakening or morning comfort rituals. Men were expected to rise instantly and begin their training regimen, regardless of weather conditions or personal health issues. The schedule was rigidly enforced, with severe punishments for any deviation from the prescribed routine. Food within the military barracks was deliberately austere and often barely adequate for maintaining health. The famous black broth, made from pork blood, vinegar, and salt, was served regularly, not because it was nutritious or tasty, but because it represented the kind of harsh sustenance soldiers might need to survive on during long campaigns. Meals were eaten in silence or with minimal conversation, focusing attention on the food's function rather than any pleasure it might provide. The psychological impact of these living conditions was profound and intentional. Young men entering the barracks at age 20 had already endured the harsh upbringing of the Agoge, but the military barracks represented a new level of institutional control over every aspect of daily life. Privacy became a foreign concept, with constant surveillance by peers and superiors, ensuring that no individual could develop habits or attitudes that might compromise group cohesion. Discipline within the barracks was maintained through a complex system of peer pressure and formal punishment. Minor infractions might result in reduced food rations or additional physical labor, while more serious violations could lead to public humiliation or temporary exile from the mess group. The threat of being excluded from the syssisha was particularly powerful, as it meant not only social isolation, but also the loss of citizenship rights and military status. The communal nature of barrack life extended to all possessions and activities. Men shared tools, weapons, and even clothing when necessary. Individual ownership was minimized, with the state providing basic military equipment, while personal items were discouraged or forbidden entirely. This system was designed to prevent the development of class distinctions within the military ranks, and to ensure that loyalty remained focused on the group rather than personal interests. Medical care within the barracks was basic and often harsh by modern standards. Minor injuries and illnesses were expected to be endured without complaint, while more serious conditions might receive attention from military physicians who prioritized getting soldiers back to active duty over comfort or complete healing. The philosophy was that pain and discomfort were natural parts of a warrior's life and should be accepted rather than avoided. The barracks also served as centers for military education and planning. Evening hours were often spent in discussions of tactics, weapons maintenance, and preparation for upcoming campaigns. However, these educational activities took place in the same austere environment, with men sitting on hard floors or benches, often by flickering torchlight that strained the eyes and created an atmosphere of perpetual tension. Seasonal variations brought additional challenges to barrack life. Summer heat made the stone buildings stifling and airless, while winter cold penetrated every corner despite the minimal heating provided. Spring brought dampness and the risk of disease from poor ventilation, while autumn meant preparing for months of even harsher conditions ahead. Yet, the routine remained unchanged regardless of weather, with the same early rising, cold washing, and minimal comfort maintained throughout the year. impact on family relationships was severe and deliberate. Men living in barracks were allowed to visit their wives, but these visits were brief, secretive, and often conducted under cover of darkness. The idea was to maintain the population while preventing the development of strong emotional bonds that might compete with loyalty to the military brotherhood. Children born from these unions would be raised primarily by the state rather than their fathers. Even recreation within the barracks was structured and purposeful. Games and competitions were designed to maintain physical fitness and military skills rather than provide genuine entertainment or relaxation. Wrestling matches, weapons practice, and endurance contests filled leisure time, ensuring that even moments of apparent rest contributed to military preparedness and group bonding through shared physical challenges. The psychological toll of this lifestyle was immense, though rarely acknowledged in Spartan society. Men were expected to suppress individual desires, personal comfort, and emotional needs in service of the collective military identity. This suppression created a warrior class that was undoubtedly effective in battle, but often struggled with basic human connections and individual fulfillment outside the narrow confines of military service. In most ancient civilizations, reaching old age brought certain privileges and respect. Elders were consulted for their wisdom, cared for by their families, and honored for their years of service to the community. In Sparta, however, the relationship between age and respect followed a dramatically different pattern, one that reflected the city-state's unwavering commitment to military excellence above all other considerations. The Spartan concept of aging was fundamentally tied to one's ability to contribute to the state's military machine. Unlike other Greek city-states, where elderly citizens might transition into advisory roles or enjoy retirement supported by their adult children, Spartan society maintained its harsh utilitarian approach even as citizens aged. The question wasn't whether someone had lived a long life, but whether that long life continued to serve Sparta's interests. For Spartan men who had survived the rigors of military training, decades of warfare, and the constant physical demands of their society, old age brought a complex mixture of honor and continued obligation. Those who had distinguished themselves in battle and demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the state could expect to be treated with respect. However, this respect was conditional and could be withdrawn if an elderly citizen was perceived as becoming a burden rather than an asset. Rauja, Sparta's Council of Elders, represented the pinnacle of achievement for aging Spartan men. This body consisted of 28 men over the age of 60, plus the 2 kings. Membership in the Gerousia was considered one of the highest honors a Spartan could achieve, but the selection process itself reflected the competitive and often brutal nature of Spartan society. Candidates had to present themselves before the popular assembly, where citizens would shout their approval or disapproval. The loudest cheers determined the winners. However, even membership in this prestigious council came with expectations that would seem harsh by modern standards. Elderly members were expected to maintain their physical dignity and mental sharpness. Those who showed signs of significant decline might find their influence waning, as Spartan society had little patience for weakness, even among its most honored citizens. The council met in secret, deliberated on matters of life and death, and held the power to try kings for crimes. The weight of these responsibilities meant that even in old age, Spartan men could not truly rest. For ordinary Spartan citizens who weren't selected for the Gerousia, old age presented different challenges. Men who had served faithfully in the military throughout their lives were expected to continue contributing to society in whatever capacity their aging bodies allowed. This might involve training younger soldiers, participating in religious ceremonies, or serving in administrative roles. The idea of complete retirement was foreign to Spartan thinking. The physical decline that naturally accompanies aging was particularly problematic in a society that prized strength and endurance above almost everything else. Elderly Spartans who could no longer maintain the physical standards expected of citizens found themselves in an increasingly precarious position. While they might not face the immediate death that awaited sickly infants, they could experience social marginalization and a gradual loss of status within their community. Spartan women faced their own unique challenges as they aged. While they had enjoyed more freedom and respect than women in other Greek city-states during their younger years, old age brought a different set of expectations. Elderly Spartan women were expected to serve as guardians of traditional values, ensuring that younger generations understood and embraced Spartan customs. They played crucial roles in religious ceremonies and were often responsible for preparing other women for the various rituals that marked important life transitions. The economic realities of aging in Sparta were closely tied to the Helot system and land ownership. Elderly Spartans who owned land worked by Helots had a source of ongoing income and status. However, those without significant property holdings might find themselves dependent on the goodwill of relatives or the state. This dependency was particularly galling in a society that valued self-sufficiency and strength above almost everything else. Health care for the elderly was rudimentary at best. While Sparta had developed some medical knowledge through centuries of treating battle wounds and injuries, the concept of geriatric care was virtually non-existent. Elderly citizens were expected to endure the aches, pains, and limitations of aging with the same stoic endurance they had shown throughout their lives. Complaints about physical discomfort were seen as signs of weakness and were generally discouraged. The social isolation that could accompany old age was particularly acute in Spartan society. The communal dining system that had provided structure and social interaction throughout a man's adult life became more difficult to navigate as physical abilities declined. Elderly men who could no longer participate fully in the syssisha might find themselves gradually excluded from the social networks that had defined their existence for decades. Death in old age was viewed through the same lens of utility that governed all aspects of Spartan life. A peaceful death after a life of service to the state was considered honorable, but only if that life had truly served Sparta's interests. The elaborate funeral rites reserved for warriors who died in battle were not extended to those who simply died of old age, regardless of their previous contributions to society. Family relationships in old age reflected the broader Spartan emphasis on state loyalty over personal bonds. While elderly parents might receive care from their adult children, this care was expected to be provided without compromising the children's duties to the state. Adult children who spent too much time caring for aging parents might face criticism for neglecting their civic responsibilities. The psychological impact of aging in such a demanding society was profound. Elderly Spartans had to reconcile their declining physical abilities with a lifetime of conditioning that equated worth with strength and capability. This internal conflict, combined with the constant awareness that their value to society was diminishing, created a form of existential stress that was uniquely Spartan in its intensity. Religious beliefs offered some comfort to aging Spartans, but even these were filtered through the lens of state service. The gods were seen as favoring the strong and the useful, and elderly citizens might worry that their declining abilities indicated divine displeasure. Religious ceremonies provided structure and meaning, but they also served as reminders of one's changing role in society. Perhaps most tragically, the Spartan system created a situation where old age, rather than being a time of reflection and peace, became another form of endurance test. Elderly citizens were essentially challenged to maintain their dignity and usefulness for as long as possible, knowing that failure to do so would result in marginalization and loss of respect. This transformed what should have been the twilight years into yet another arena of competition and struggle, ensuring that even in old age, life in Sparta remained a constant battle for survival and relevance. The religious practices of ancient Sparta were deeply intertwined with their harsh living conditions, creating a complex web of spiritual beliefs that both justified and perpetuated their austere way of life. Unlike other Greek city-states, where religion often provided comfort and solace, Spartan religious practices were designed to reinforce the military values and social hierarchy that defined their society. The gods they worshipped were not gentle deities of love and peace, but fierce warriors and protectors who demanded sacrifice, discipline, and unwavering loyalty to the state. The primary deity of Sparta was Artemis Orthia, a goddess whose worship involved some of the most brutal religious ceremonies in the ancient world. Young Spartan boys were required to participate in ritual floggings at her altar, where they would be whipped until they bled, sometimes to the point of death. These ceremonies were not seen as cruel punishment, but as sacred rites of passage that tested the boy's courage and endurance. The altar of Artemis Orthia was often soaked with blood, and the boys who could endure the longest without crying out were celebrated as heroes. This religious practice perfectly embodied the Spartan belief that suffering was a pathway to spiritual and physical strength. The living conditions surrounding these religious sites were deliberately harsh and uncomfortable. The temples themselves were built with minimal decoration and comfort, reflecting the Spartan rejection of luxury and excess. Worshippers were expected to stand for hours during ceremonies, often in harsh weather conditions, as a demonstration of their devotion and endurance. The sacred precincts were not places of refuge or comfort, but testing grounds where citizens proved their worthiness through physical and mental trials. Even the priests lived in conditions of deliberate austerity, sleeping on hard stone floors and eating simple meals of barley gruel and water. Religious festivals in Sparta were endurance contests disguised as spiritual celebrations. The Gymnopedia, one of their most important religious festivals, required participants to dance and sing for days without rest, often under the scorching Mediterranean sun. Those who collapsed from exhaustion were not helped or comforted, but were instead viewed as having failed in their religious duty. The festival grounds offered no shade or respite, and participants were expected to continue their performances regardless of heat, thirst, or physical pain. Water was provided sparingly, and food was limited to the most basic sustenance, reinforcing the connection between religious devotion and physical hardship. The Spartan belief system held that the gods favored those who could endure the greatest suffering without complaint. This theology created a religious justification for the harsh living conditions that permeated every aspect of Spartan society. Children were taught that their uncomfortable sleeping arrangements, inadequate food, and constant physical challenges were not merely practical necessities, but sacred duties that pleased the gods. The religious calendar was structured around festivals and ceremonies that tested physical endurance, with each season bringing new opportunities for citizens to prove their devotion through suffering. Sacred spaces in Sparta were designed to be uncomfortable and challenging. The agora, where religious and civic activities intersected, was built without covered areas or comfortable seating. Citizens were expected to conduct their religious and political business while standing on hard stone surfaces, often for hours at a time. The lack of comfort was seen as a way to keep the mind focused on higher purposes rather than bodily needs. Even during the most solemn religious ceremonies, participants were not allowed to sit or lean against walls, as such behavior was considered a sign of weakness and disrespect to the gods. The role of women in Spartan religious practices also reflected the harsh living conditions of their society. While women in other Greek city-states often participated in religious ceremonies that celebrated beauty, fertility, and domestic harmony, Spartan women were involved in rituals that emphasized physical strength and endurance. Female religious festivals often included competitive elements, with women racing, wrestling, and performing feats of strength in honor of the gods. These competitions took place regardless of weather conditions, and participants were expected to perform while wearing minimal clothing, exposing them to the elements as a test of their resilience. The religious education of Spartan children began with teachings about divine approval of hardship and suffering. Young children learned that the gods were watching their every action, judging their ability to endure discomfort without complaint. Religious instruction took place in uncomfortable settings, with children sitting on cold stone floors or standing for extended periods while learning prayers and hymns. The content of these religious lessons reinforced the message that comfort and luxury were signs of moral weakness, while suffering and endurance were pathways to divine favor. Spartan burial practices and beliefs about the afterlife also reflected their harsh living philosophy. The dead were buried with minimal possessions and simple grave markers, as elaborate tombs were seen as displays of vanity that displeased the gods. The living were expected to mourn in silence and return quickly to their duties, as excessive grief was considered a sign of weakness. Funeral ceremonies were brief and austere, with mourners standing in the elements regardless of weather conditions. The belief was that the deceased would be judged by the gods based on their ability to endure hardship in life, not on the comfort or luxury of their burial. The intersection of religious practices with daily living conditions created a cycle of reinforcement that made the harsh Spartan lifestyle seem not only necessary, but sacred. Religious ceremonies that celebrated endurance and suffering made the uncomfortable sleeping arrangements, inadequate food, and constant physical challenges seem like acts of worship rather than deprivation. Citizens who complained about their living conditions were not just seen as weak or ungrateful, but as impious individuals who were rejecting the will of the gods. Seasonal religious observances in Sparta were timed to coincide with the most challenging weather conditions, further emphasizing the connection between spiritual devotion and physical endurance. Winter festivals required participants to perform outdoor ceremonies in freezing temperatures, while summer celebrations took place during the hottest parts of the day. These timing choices were deliberate, designed to test the faith and endurance of participants, while reinforcing the cultural values that made harsh living conditions not just acceptable, but desirable. The religious justification for harsh living conditions extended to every aspect of Spartan society, from the design of their buildings to the preparation of their food. Sacred texts and oral traditions taught that the gods had specifically chosen the Spartans to live lives of deliberate hardship, making them stronger and more virtuous than other peoples. This religious framework transformed what might otherwise be seen as poverty or deprivation into a source of pride and spiritual superiority, ensuring that generations of Spartans would willingly embrace living conditions that other civilizations would find intolerable. While we've explored the harsh realities of Spartan daily life, you might wonder what Spartans did for entertainment and leisure. The answer reveals yet another way their society differed dramatically from our modern understanding of relaxation and fun. Spartan entertainment was deeply intertwined with their military culture, creating a unique approach to leisure that would seem foreign to most ancient Greeks, let alone modern audiences. The primary form of entertainment in Sparta was athletic competition, but not the kind you might imagine from watching the Olympics. Spartan athletics served multiple purposes beyond mere enjoyment. Every sporting event was designed to maintain physical fitness, demonstrate martial prowess, or reinforce social hierarchies. Young men competed in running, wrestling, boxing, and javelin throwing. But these weren't casual games. They were serious contests where failure could result in public humiliation or reduced social standing. The gymnasium or gymnasia served as the central hub for male entertainment and social interaction. Here, Spartan men of all ages would gather to exercise, compete, and discuss matters of state. The atmosphere was intensely competitive, with older men constantly evaluating the performance of younger participants, unlike in Athens, where philosophical discussions might dominate social gatherings. Spartan conversations typically focused on military strategy, physical training techniques, or critiques of individual performance in various competitions. Music played a surprisingly important role in Spartan entertainment, though it bore little resemblance to the elaborate musical traditions of other Greek city-states. Spartan music was primarily martial in nature, consisting of war songs, marching chants, and ceremonial hymns designed to inspire courage and unity. The famous Spartan war cry, the paean, was both a form of entertainment and a psychological weapon. Citizens would gather to practice these songs, creating a form of communal entertainment that simultaneously served military purposes. Dancing in Sparta followed similar principles, with most dances mimicking combat movements or celebrating military victories. The Pyrrhic dance, performed by young men in full armor, was particularly popular. This wasn't casual entertainment, but rather a demanding physical performance that required extensive training and perfect synchronization. Spectators would evaluate dancers not just on their artistic merit, but on their potential effectiveness as warriors, making even artistic expression a form of military assessment. Hunting represented one of the few forms of entertainment that Spartans could pursue individually, though even this activity served practical purposes. Spartan men hunted wild boar, deer, and other game in the surrounding mountains, but these expeditions were treated as training exercises rather than recreational outings. Hunters were expected to demonstrate endurance, tracking skills, and weapon proficiency. The meat from successful hunts supplemented the often meager rations provided by the state, making hunting both entertainment and survival necessity. Religious festivals provided some of the most elaborate entertainment in Spartan society, though these events were far from purely recreational. The Hyacinthia, celebrating the god Apollo and the hero Hyacinthus, lasted for 3 days and included athletic competitions, musical performances, and ceremonial feasts. However, even during these celebrations, citizens were expected to maintain their disciplined demeanor and use the occasion to demonstrate their devotion to Spartan values rather than simply enjoy themselves. The Gymnopedia, or Festival of Naked Boys, showcased young Spartan males performing athletic and artistic displays before the entire community. While this might sound like entertainment, it was actually a serious evaluation process where the community assessed the physical and moral development of its youth. Parents, elders, and potential marriage partners would observe these performances, making judgments that could affect a young person's future prospects within Spartan society. Women's entertainment in Sparta was equally structured and purpose-driven, though it differed significantly from male activities. Spartan women participated in their own athletic competitions, including foot races, wrestling matches, and javelin throwing. These events were designed to ensure that women remained physically fit for childbearing, but they also provided social interaction and a form of entertainment. Unlike women in other Greek cities, Spartan women could compete publicly and were encouraged to demonstrate their physical capabilities. Spartan women also participated in choral performances during religious festivals, singing hymns that praised the gods and celebrated Spartan military victories. These performances required extensive rehearsal and coordination, creating opportunities for social bonding among women of different ages and social ranks. However, the content of these songs was carefully regulated to ensure they promoted appropriate Spartan values rather than frivolous entertainment. Board games and dice games existed in Sparta, but they were viewed with suspicion by the authorities. Unlike in other Greek cities where such games were common forms of entertainment, Spartans worried that gambling and games of chance might encourage laziness or distract citizens from their duties. When such games were played, they were typically simple and brief, often serving as training exercises for strategic thinking rather than pure entertainment. Storytelling represented another form of Spartan entertainment, but these weren't fairy tales or adventure stories. Spartan narratives focused on historical battles, heroic sacrifices, and moral lessons that reinforced cultural values. Elders would share tales of past military campaigns, emphasizing the importance of courage, discipline, and loyalty to the state. These stories served both as entertainment and as educational tools, ensuring that each generation understood their cultural heritage and obligations. The concept of leisure time itself was fundamentally different in Sparta compared to other societies. While citizens in Athens might spend hours in philosophical discussion or artistic pursuits, Spartans viewed extended periods of inactivity as potentially dangerous to their military readiness. Even their entertainment was designed to maintain physical fitness, reinforce social bonds, or prepare participants for their roles as warriors and citizens. Banquets and communal meals provided some of the most relaxed forms of entertainment available to Spartan men, though even these were highly regulated. The syssitia, or common mess halls, served as venues for social interaction, but conversations were expected to focus on appropriate topics, and behavior was constantly monitored by senior members. These meals included some singing and storytelling, but always within the bounds of what was considered beneficial to Spartan society. This approach to entertainment reveals the totalitarian nature of Spartan society, where even leisure activities were subordinated to the state's military objectives. Citizens couldn't simply relax and enjoy themselves without considering how their activities might affect their readiness for war or their standing within the community. This constant pressure to maintain appropriate behavior extended into every aspect of life, making true relaxation nearly impossible for most Spartans. The result was a society where entertainment and leisure were always purposeful, always directed toward maintaining the military state that defined Spartan identity. While this approach may have created effective warriors, it also created a culture where personal enjoyment and individual expression were severely limited, contributing to the overall harshness of daily life in ancient Sparta. The Spartan approach to education reveals another layer of their harsh living conditions, particularly when it comes to literacy and intellectual development. While other Greek city-states were advancing in philosophy, mathematics, and the arts, Sparta deliberately maintained a system that kept most of its population functionally illiterate and intellectually constrained. The Agoge, Sparta's infamous educational system, focused almost exclusively on physical training and military preparation. Boys were removed from their families at age 7 and placed into communal barracks where reading and writing were considered secondary skills at best. The curriculum consisted primarily of weapons training, physical conditioning, survival techniques, and lessons in obedience to the state. What little literacy education existed was severely limited and practical in nature. Spartan boys learned only enough reading to understand military orders and basic communications. Writing was taught sparingly, with emphasis placed on brevity and directness. The famous Spartan phrase laconic speech comes from their region of Laconia, reflecting their cultural preference for short, blunt communication over elaborate discourse. This educational philosophy created a population that was largely cut off from the intellectual developments happening elsewhere in the Greek world. While Athens was producing philosophers like Socrates and Plato, while other cities were advancing in mathematics, astronomy, and literature, Spartans remained focused solely on military matters. This intellectual isolation contributed significantly to the harsh quality of life, as it limited opportunities for cultural enrichment, artistic expression, and scientific advancement. The consequences of this educational approach extended far beyond individual development. Spartan society lacked the poets, historians, and philosophers that enriched life in other Greek cities. They produced no great works of literature, no significant scientific discoveries, no architectural innovations beyond military fortifications. The absence of these cultural elements made daily life monotonous and spiritually impoverished. For Spartan women, educational opportunities were even more restricted, though they did receive some physical training. Unlike women in Athens, who might learn domestic arts, music, or basic literacy within the household, Spartan women's education focused primarily on physical fitness to produce strong children for the state. They learned no reading or writing, no mathematics, no arts or crafts beyond the most basic necessities. The Helots, who made up the majority of Sparta's population, were deliberately kept illiterate as a means of control. Education was seen as potentially dangerous for the enslaved population, as literacy might enable them to organize resistance or communicate with other Greek cities. This systematic denial of education to the Helots ensured that the majority of people living in Spartan territory remained trapped in ignorance and servitude. Even among the Spartan elite, the ephors and kings, education remained narrowly focused on governance and military strategy. There was no tradition of philosophical inquiry, no encouragement of scientific investigation, no development of artistic skills. The ruling class was expected to be competent administrators and military leaders, but not intellectuals or cultural innovators. This educational poverty had practical consequences for daily life. Without a literate population, Sparta struggled with record-keeping, trade negotiations, and diplomatic communications. They often relied on foreigners or the few literate Spartans to handle written correspondence with other cities. This dependence on others for basic administrative tasks created additional vulnerabilities and limitations. The lack of educational infrastructure also meant that Sparta had no libraries, no schools of philosophy, no centers of learning that could attract scholars from other regions. The city-state became increasingly isolated intellectually, unable to participate in the broader cultural developments that were transforming the Greek world. This isolation contributed to Sparta's eventual decline as other cities advanced while Sparta remained static. Medical knowledge suffered particularly under this system. Without a tradition of written medical texts or scholarly investigation, Spartan medical practices remained primitive and superstitious. While other Greek cities were developing more sophisticated understanding of anatomy, disease, and treatment, Spartans relied on folk remedies and military field medicine. This limited medical knowledge contributed directly to the harsh living conditions, as treatable illnesses often became fatal. The absence of mathematical education also had practical consequences. Spartans struggled with complex engineering projects, advanced agriculture techniques, and sophisticated trade calculations. Their buildings remained simple and functional, their farming methods primitive, their economic systems basic. The lack of mathematical literacy prevented them from adopting innovations that could have improved living conditions. Religious education in Sparta was equally limited and focused primarily on state-approved rituals and ceremonies. Unlike other Greek cities where religious practices included philosophical contemplation and artistic expression, Spartan religion was utilitarian and militaristic. This narrow approach to spirituality provided little comfort or intellectual stimulation for the population. The educational system also failed to prepare Spartans for life after military service. Unlike other Greek cities, where retired soldiers might become teachers, craftsmen, or merchants, aging Spartan warriors had few options beyond basic farming or minor administrative roles. The lack of diverse skills and knowledge made the transition from military to civilian life particularly difficult and often impoverished. Perhaps most significantly, the Spartan educational system created a population that was unable to adapt to changing circumstances. When military tactics evolved, when economic conditions shifted, when political situations changed, Spartans lacked the intellectual flexibility to respond effectively. Their rigid, narrow education left them unprepared for the complexities of a changing world. The contrast with other Greek cities was stark and became more pronounced over time. While places like Athens were developing democratic institutions, philosophical schools, and cultural achievements that would influence civilization for millennia, Sparta remained locked in an educational system that prioritized conformity and military skill above all else. This intellectual stagnation was both a cause and consequence of the harsh living conditions that defined Spartan society. The legacy of this educational approach was a population that lived in cultural poverty despite their military prowess. They were denied the intellectual pleasures, artistic achievements, and scientific advancements that made life richer and more meaningful in other parts of the Greek world, creating yet another dimension of the difficult living conditions that characterized ancient Sparta. The economic foundation of Sparta rested upon a system so rigid and peculiar that it defied conventional understanding of wealth and prosperity. Unlike other Greek city-states, where commerce flourished and citizens pursued individual economic advancement, Sparta deliberately constructed an economy designed to suppress personal wealth accumulation and maintain absolute equality among its warrior class. This economic philosophy, while serving the state's military objectives, created living conditions that were deliberately austere and economically stagnant. At the heart of Spartan economics lay the Helot system, a form of state-controlled serfdom that provided the agricultural foundation for the entire society. The Helots, descendants of conquered peoples, worked the land assigned to Spartan citizens, producing the food and basic necessities that sustained the warrior class. Each Spartan citizen received an equal plot of land called a kleros, worked entirely by Helots who were bound to the land, and could not be sold separately from it. This arrangement meant that Spartans never engaged in agricultural labor themselves, viewing such work as beneath their warrior status. The Helots lived in conditions of perpetual uncertainty and fear. They were required to provide a fixed portion of their agricultural produce to their Spartan masters, typically half of all grain, wine, and other crops produced. This tribute system left Helots with barely enough to sustain their own families, creating a cycle of poverty and dependence that lasted for generations. The Helots had no legal rights, could be killed without consequence during the annual Cryptia hunts, and lived under constant surveillance by Spartan authorities, who feared Helot uprisings above all other threats. For the Spartans themselves, the economic system created a paradoxical situation of material security combined with deliberate poverty. While they were guaranteed sustenance through Helot labor, they were forbidden from engaging in trade, craftsmanship, or any form of commercial activity. The use of iron bars as currency instead of precious metals made trade with other city-states nearly impossible and prevented the accumulation of portable wealth. These iron bars were deliberately made heavy and cumbersome, requiring ox carts to transport even modest amounts, effectively discouraging economic transactions. The prohibition on luxury goods extended to every aspect of daily life. Spartans could not own gold or silver, wear elaborate clothing, or possess decorative items. Their homes were deliberately simple, furnished only with basic necessities. Even their food was regulated, with the black broth served at communal meals, representing the pinnacle of culinary sophistication. This enforced austerity meant that Spartan living conditions remained static for centuries, with no improvement in comfort, convenience, or quality of life that characterized progress in other Greek cities. The economic isolation of Sparta became increasingly problematic as other Greek city-states developed sophisticated trading networks and accumulated wealth through commerce. While Athens built magnificent temples and public works funded by trade revenues, Sparta's infrastructure remained basic and utilitarian. The city lacked the grand architecture, artistic achievements, and cultural amenities that wealth could provide. Spartan citizens lived in conditions that visitors from other cities often described as primitive and unnecessarily harsh. Women in Sparta, despite their relatively elevated status compared to other Greek cities, still lived within severe economic constraints. While they could inherit and own property, this ownership was largely theoretical, since all land was worked by Helots, and all production was regulated by the state. Spartan women could not engage in trade or develop independent sources of income. Their economic security depended entirely on the state system and their relationships with male relatives, leaving them vulnerable to the same economic stagnation that affected all Spartan citizens. The Perioikoi, free inhabitants of Sparta who were not full citizens, occupied a unique economic position within this rigid system. They were permitted to engage in crafts and limited trade, providing the specialized goods and services that Spartans were forbidden to produce themselves. However, their economic activities were heavily regulated and taxed by the Spartan state. The Perioikoi lived in designated communities separate from Spartan citizens and were excluded from political participation, creating a class of economically productive but politically powerless inhabitants whose living conditions were marginally better than Helots, but far inferior to citizens of other Greek cities. The Spartan military machine itself created enormous economic inefficiencies that worsened living conditions for all inhabitants. The constant preparation for war, maintenance of weapons and equipment, and support of the standing army consumed resources that could have been used to improve infrastructure, develop new technologies, or enhance quality of life. The Agoge system required significant resources to maintain, with the state providing food, clothing, and training for thousands of young men over many years, creating an economic burden that limited investment in other areas. Foreign trade restrictions meant that Spartans had limited access to goods available in other parts of the Greek world. They could not import luxury items, advanced tools, or innovative products that might have improved their living conditions. This isolation from broader Mediterranean trade networks meant that technological and cultural innovations developed elsewhere never reached Sparta, leaving its inhabitants using the same basic tools, techniques, and living arrangements for generations without improvement. The economic system also created problems with population management and resource allocation. As the number of full Spartan citizens declined over time, fewer people were available to manage the same amount of land and Helot labor. This led to increased concentration of resources among fewer families, but the rigid economic laws prevented these families from using their wealth to improve their living conditions or invest in productive enterprises. The result was economic stagnation, even among the most privileged members of society. The absence of a monetary economy based on precious metals meant that Spartans had no way to save for the future or accumulate resources for emergencies. Unlike citizens of other Greek cities who could build wealth through trade, investment, or skilled crafts, Spartans remained dependent on the state allocation system throughout their lives. This economic dependency created a form of institutionalized poverty that affected even the ruling class, as they possessed no independent means of improving their material circumstances or securing their families' futures beyond what the state provided. These economic conditions created a society where material progress was impossible, and living standards remained deliberately low across all social classes, contributing to the overall harshness of life in ancient Sparta. Beyond the harsh social structures and brutal training regimens, Spartan life was made even more challenging by the unforgiving natural environment of Laconia. The climate itself seemed designed to test human endurance, creating additional layers of hardship that compounded the already difficult living conditions imposed by Spartan society. The Mediterranean climate of ancient Sparta was characterized by scorching hot summers and surprisingly cold winters, with little relief between these extremes. During summer months, temperatures regularly soared above 90 degrees Fahrenheit, creating oppressive conditions that made physical labor and military training almost unbearable. The sun beat down mercilessly on the rocky terrain, reflecting off limestone surfaces and creating a furnace-like environment that sapped strength and endurance from even the most conditioned warriors. Archaeological evidence suggests that ancient structures in Sparta lacked adequate ventilation systems, making indoor temperatures during summer months nearly as unbearable as outdoor conditions. The simple stone and mud brick construction, typical of Spartan buildings, absorbed heat during the day and radiated it back at night, creating stifling conditions that made restful sleep nearly impossible during the hottest months of the year. Water scarcity became a critical issue during these intense summer periods. The Eurotas River, Sparta's primary water source, would often run dangerously low, forcing communities to ration water supply strictly. Wells and springs that provided reliable water during cooler months would dry up completely, leaving residents dependent on whatever water could be stored in ceramic vessels or carved cisterns. The lack of adequate water affected every aspect of daily life. Personal hygiene became a luxury that few could afford, as precious water had to be reserved for drinking and essential cooking needs. The famous Spartan baths, often romanticized in popular culture, were actually rare treats available only to the elite, and even then used sparingly due to water limitations. winter brought its own set of environmental challenges that were equally demanding. Contrary to popular assumptions about Mediterranean climates, ancient Sparta experienced harsh winters with temperatures that could drop well below freezing. Snow was not uncommon in the mountainous regions surrounding the city, and cold winds from the north would sweep down through the valleys, creating bitter conditions that penetrated even the sturdiest shelters. The simple construction methods used in Spartan buildings provided little insulation against winter cold. Walls made of stone and mud brick conducted cold efficiently, making indoor temperatures only marginally warmer than outdoor conditions. Without adequate heating systems beyond simple fire pits, residents would huddle together for warmth, sharing body heat as a survival strategy during the coldest nights. Fuel for heating was another constant concern during winter months. Wood was relatively scarce in the rocky landscape of Laconia, and what timber was available had to be carefully rationed between heating needs, cooking requirements, and construction projects. Families would often burn dried animal dung, crop stubble, and any combustible materials they could gather, creating smoky, poorly ventilated living spaces that filled with acrid fumes. The seasonal extremes created particular challenges for food preservation and storage. Without modern refrigeration methods, keeping food safe during scorching summers required careful planning and often resulted in significant waste. Meat would spoil quickly in the heat, forcing communities to consume animals immediately after slaughter or develop time-intensive preservation methods like smoking and salt curing that required additional resources and labor. During winter months, stored grain and preserved foods had to last through long periods when fresh food was unavailable. Root vegetables stored in underground pits would often freeze and become inedible, while stored grains were vulnerable to moisture damage that could ruin entire winter food supplies. The constant threat of starvation during harsh winters added another layer of stress to already difficult living conditions. The rocky, mountainous terrain of Laconia presented additional environmental challenges that affected daily life in countless ways. The landscape was dominated by limestone formations and rocky outcroppings that made agriculture extremely difficult and limited the available arable land. Most of the region consisted of thin, poor soil that required intensive labor to produce even modest crop yields. Travel through this rugged terrain was treacherous and time-consuming. Simple journeys that might take hours in flatter regions could take entire days in the mountainous landscape around Sparta. Rocky paths were dangerous for both humans and animals, with loose stones and steep inclines creating constant risks of injury. During winter months, these paths became even more hazardous as ice and snow made footing uncertain. The challenging terrain also made construction projects incredibly labor-intensive. Building materials had to be quarried from local stone formations using primitive tools, then transported over difficult ground to construction sites. Every stone used in Spartan buildings represented hours of backbreaking labor, from extraction to final placement, making even basic shelter a significant achievement. Earthquakes were another environmental threat that plagued the region throughout ancient times. The geological instability of the area meant that buildings could be damaged or destroyed without warning, forcing communities to rebuild repeatedly using the same limited resources and primitive construction methods. Historical records indicate that major earthquakes struck the region multiple times during the classical period, each time requiring massive reconstruction efforts. The combination of seismic activity and poor construction methods meant that even newly built structures were vulnerable to collapse. Without modern engineering knowledge or reinforced construction techniques, Spartan buildings were essentially temporary structures that required constant maintenance and frequent rebuilding. This created an ongoing drain on community resources and labor that never allowed for significant improvements in living standards. These environmental challenges worked together with Sparta's harsh social system to create living conditions that tested human endurance to its absolute limits. The natural world itself seemed to conspire against comfort and ease, reinforcing the Spartan philosophy that life should be a constant struggle against adversity. Every day brought new challenges from the unforgiving climate and terrain, making simple survival an ongoing achievement that required tremendous resilience and determination. Disease stalked the streets of ancient Sparta like an invisible enemy that no warrior could defeat with sword or shield. The cramped living conditions, poor sanitation, and harsh lifestyle created perfect breeding grounds for illness and death. Infectious diseases spread rapidly through Sparta's communal living spaces. When one person in a barracks fell ill, the sickness would sweep through the entire building within days. Dysentery was particularly common, caused by contaminated water and poor waste management. Warriors would suffer from severe diarrhea, dehydration, and abdominal pain that could last for weeks. The water supply itself was a constant source of disease. Springs and wells became contaminated with human waste, animal droppings, and rotting organic matter. Spartans had no understanding of waterborne pathogens, so they continued drinking from infected sources day after day. Cholera outbreaks would devastate entire neighborhoods, causing violent vomiting and diarrhea that could kill within hours. Respiratory infections flourished in the overcrowded barracks, where dozens of men slept in poorly ventilated rooms. Tuberculosis was especially feared, though Spartans didn't understand its contagious nature. They would watch helplessly as infected individuals coughed up blood and slowly wasted away over months or years. The disease spread through droplets in the air, infecting anyone who shared living space with the afflicted. Skin diseases were endemic throughout Spartan society. Scabies caused by tiny mites burrowing under the skin, created intense itching and painful sores. The parasites spread easily through shared bedding and close physical contact during training exercises. Soldiers would scratch themselves raw, creating open wounds that became infected with bacteria. Lice infestations plagued both civilians and warriors. These blood-sucking parasites lived in hair and clothing, causing constant irritation and spreading typhus fever. Spartan women would spend hours each day picking lice from their children's heads, but the creatures always returned. The insects thrived in the unwashed wool garments that most people wore for weeks without cleaning. Food poisoning was another frequent killer in ancient Sparta. Without refrigeration or proper food storage, meat and dairy products spoiled quickly in the Mediterranean heat. Spartans would eat rancid food rather than waste it, leading to severe gastrointestinal illness. Botulism from improperly preserved foods could cause paralysis and death within days. Parasitic worms were common afflictions that weakened the population. Roundworms, tapeworms, and other intestinal parasites infected people through contaminated food and water. These creatures would grow to enormous lengths inside human intestines, stealing nutrients and causing malnutrition. Some tapeworms could reach 20 feet in length, causing severe abdominal pain and blocking the digestive system. Malaria was a seasonal threat that arrived with warm weather and standing water. Mosquitoes breeding in cisterns, irrigation ditches, and stagnant pools carried the deadly parasite. Victims would suffer from high fevers, chills, and sweating that came in cycles. Many people died from complications, while survivors were left weakened and vulnerable to other diseases. Dental problems caused excruciating pain and life-threatening infections. Without proper oral hygiene or dental care, Spartans' teeth would rot and decay from childhood. Abscesses in the jaw could spread infection to the brain, causing death. Many people lost all their teeth by middle age, making it difficult to eat properly and leading to malnutrition. Childbirth was extremely dangerous for Spartan women. Without medical knowledge or sterile conditions, infections during delivery were common and often fatal. Many bobbies died within their first year from diseases like pneumonia, diarrhea, and various infections. The infant mortality rate was so high that families wouldn't name children until they survived their first few months. Wounds from training and warfare frequently became infected. Even minor cuts could turn deadly when bacteria entered the bloodstream. Spartans had no antibiotics or antiseptics, so they relied on crude treatments like wine, honey, and various herbs. Gangrene was a constant threat, often requiring amputation of limbs to save lives. Mental illness was poorly understood and often attributed to divine punishment or demonic possession. People suffering from depression, anxiety, or other psychological conditions received no proper treatment. Some were abandoned by their families or driven from the community, left to survive on their own in the wilderness. Epidemic diseases would periodically sweep through Sparta, killing thousands of people in a matter of weeks. Plague outbreaks were particularly devastating, causing high fevers, swollen lymph nodes, and painful buboes. Entire families would die within days of each other, leaving children orphaned and communities devastated. The average lifespan in ancient Sparta was shockingly short by modern standards. Most people died before reaching age 40, with many children never surviving to adulthood. Disease, poor nutrition, and harsh living conditions combined to create a society where early death was expected rather than surprising. Medical knowledge was primitive and often based on superstition rather than scientific understanding. Spartan healers relied on prayers, rituals, and herbal remedies that were largely ineffective against serious diseases. Bloodletting was considered a cure for many ailments, but it often weakened patients and made their conditions worse. The constant threat of disease created an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty in daily life. Families never knew if they would all survive another season, and parents watched helplessly as their children succumbed to illnesses that are easily treatable today. This harsh reality shaped Spartan culture and their acceptance of death as an ever-present companion. Even the legendary Spartan warriors, despite their physical training and discipline, were not immune to the diseases that plagued their society. Many promising soldiers died not in glorious battle, but from dysentery, fever, or infected wounds sustained during routine training exercises. Beyond the physical hardships and brutal training, Spartan society employed an intricate web of surveillance and social control that would make modern authoritarian regimes envious. Every aspect of daily life was monitored, regulated, and scrutinized by multiple overlapping systems designed to maintain absolute conformity and prevent any deviation from the state's rigid expectations. The most visible form of this control was the Ephorate, a council of 5 elected officials who wielded extraordinary power over every citizen's behavior. These ephors conducted regular inspections of households, examining everything from the cleanliness of weapons to the physical condition of family members. They had the authority to enter any home at any time, day or night, without warning or justification. Privacy was not merely discouraged in Sparta. It was considered a dangerous luxury that could harbor seditious thoughts or behaviors. The ephors maintained detailed records of each citizen's activities, associations, and even conversations. They employed a network of informants drawn from every level of society, creating an atmosphere where neighbors watched neighbors, friends reported friends, and even family members might betray each other to demonstrate their loyalty to the state. This constant surveillance created a psychological pressure that permeated every social interaction, making genuine relationships nearly impossible to form or maintain. Children were particularly vulnerable to this system of control. From the moment they could speak, young Spartans were taught to report any unusual behavior they observed in their peers or family members. Teachers regularly questioned students about their home lives, their parents' conversations, and any visitors who might have come to their households. This indoctrination turned children into unwitting agents of state surveillance, destroying the natural bonds of trust that should exist within families. The Agoge itself served as a massive surveillance apparatus, with older students monitoring younger ones, instructors watching everyone, and periodic evaluations that could result in severe punishment or even death for those deemed insufficiently committed to Spartan ideals. Every meal, every training session, every moment of rest was observed and recorded. Students learned quickly that any sign of weakness, doubt, or independent thinking would be noted and used against them. Adult citizens faced equally intensive scrutiny through the syssisha, the communal dining halls where all Spartan men were required to eat their evening meals. These gatherings were not social occasions, but carefully orchestrated surveillance operations where conversations were monitored, political opinions were tested, and loyalty was constantly evaluated. Men who failed to attend regularly, who seemed withdrawn or distracted, or who expressed any reservations about state policies, quickly found themselves under investigation. The syssisha operated on a system of mutual observation that made privacy impossible. Each dining group consisted of 15 men who were expected to know everything about each other's lives, finances, family situations, and political views. They were required to report any concerning behavior to the ephors, and failure to do so was itself considered a serious offense. This created an environment where men lived in constant fear of saying or doing something that might be misinterpreted or reported by their dining companions. Women, despite their relatively elevated status compared to other Greek city-states, were not exempt from this surveillance network. Female relatives of male citizens were expected to monitor and report on their husbands, sons, and brothers' behavior. They attended their own supervised gatherings where their conversations were carefully observed, and they were questioned regularly about their family members' activities and attitudes. The state employed professional spies, known as crypteia, elite young men who operated in secret throughout Spartan territory and beyond. These agents infiltrated communities, posed as travelers or merchants, and gathered intelligence on potential threats to state security. They were authorized to eliminate anyone they deemed dangerous, including fellow Spartans who showed signs of disloyalty or independent thinking. The knowledge that these agents could be anywhere, disguised as ordinary citizens, added another layer of psychological pressure to daily life. Economic activities were subject to particularly as the state viewed private wealth accumulation as a potential source of corruption and disloyalty. Citizens were required to report their income, expenditures, and any gifts or inheritances they received. Luxury items were forbidden, and possession of anything deemed excessive or unnecessary could result in confiscation and punishment. Even basic necessities like clothing and household items were regulated, with strict guidelines governing what citizens could own and use. Religious observances became another tool of social control, with state-appointed priests monitoring citizens' participation in mandatory ceremonies and festivals. Failure to demonstrate appropriate enthusiasm during religious events was interpreted as evidence of disloyalty to the state. Private religious practices were forbidden, and citizens were required to worship only approved deities in approved ways under official supervision. Travel outside Sparta was heavily restricted and required special permits that were rarely granted. Citizens who did receive permission to travel were accompanied by state monitors and were required to submit detailed reports upon their return. Contact with foreigners was strictly regulated, and citizens were forbidden from learning foreign languages or customs that might introduce dangerous ideas into Spartan society. The psychological impact of this comprehensive surveillance system cannot be overstated. Citizens lived in a state of constant anxiety, never knowing when they might be observed, reported, or punished for some perceived transgression. This chronic stress contributed to the development of a population that was outwardly compliant, but inwardly fearful, suspicious, and emotionally stunted. Perhaps most disturbing was how this system of control became self-perpetuating. Citizens who had grown up under constant surveillance often became enthusiastic participants in monitoring others, finding a sense of power and security in their role as informants and enforcers. This created a society where oppression was not merely imposed from above, but actively maintained by its victims, who had internalized the state's values and made surveillance and control a central part of their own identity. The effectiveness of this system in maintaining social order came at an enormous cost in human dignity, creativity, and psychological well-being. Spartans lived lives of remarkable conformity and obedience, but they paid for this stability with their freedom, their privacy, and ultimately their humanity. The surveillance state that governed their daily existence created a population that was disciplined and loyal, but also fearful, suspicious, and incapable of the independent thought and action that characterizes truly free societies. Beyond the physical hardships we've explored, the psychological toll of Spartan society created wounds that ran deeper than any battlefield injury. The constant surveillance, brutal competition, and systematic dehumanization forged minds that were as scarred as they were disciplined. From the moment a Spartan child could walk. They learned that their individual worth meant nothing. The state's needs superseded personal desires, family bonds, and even basic human compassion. This psychological conditioning began before children could even understand what was being taken from them. The Agoge System wasn't just about creating warriors. It was about breaking down natural human empathy and rebuilding it according to Spartan specifications. Boys were taught to view weakness as a moral failing, not just in others, but especially in themselves. The fear of being labeled weak or unworthy became a constant companion, driving behavior long into adulthood. Sleep deprivation played a crucial role in this psychological manipulation. Chronically tired minds are more susceptible to indoctrination and less capable of critical thinking. The Spartans understood this intuitively, using exhaustion as a tool to reshape young minds into the patterns they desired. The practice of pitting children against each other in constant competition created deep psychological fractures. Natural childhood friendships were viewed with suspicion. Cooperation outside of military contexts was discouraged. Boys learned to see their peers as both potential allies and inevitable threats. The Helots system created another layer of psychological damage. Growing up surrounded by enslaved people who lived in constant terror normalized extreme violence and dehumanization. Young Spartans learned to view entire populations as less than human, a mindset that would shape their worldview permanently. The Crypteia, that secret police force of young Spartans, represented the ultimate expression of this psychological conditioning. These weren't hardened soldiers making tactical decisions. These were teenagers who had been so thoroughly indoctrinated that they could murder sleeping families without apparent emotional consequence. For Spartan women, the psychological pressure manifested differently, but was equally intense. They were expected to produce perfect children for the state, knowing that any perceived weakness would result in infanticide. The trauma of losing children to the state's harsh judgments was considered a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. The constant emphasis on physical perfection created body dysmorphia and eating disorders that would be recognized today as serious mental health conditions. Spartans lived in terror of showing any sign of physical decline, knowing that weakness could result in social exile or worse. The isolation from the outside world created a form of collective psychological imprisonment. Spartans were discouraged from traveling, from learning about other cultures, from questioning their own systems. This intellectual isolation reinforced the belief that their way of life was not just superior, but the only acceptable way to exist. The psychological impact of the mess hall system extended far beyond simple nutrition. Men were forced to eat together, monitored constantly, unable to express individual preferences or enjoy private moments. This communal surveillance created chronic stress and anxiety that permeated every aspect of daily life. The practice of wife sharing and the complex marriage arrangements created deep psychological trauma around intimacy and relationships. Natural human bonding was viewed as potentially dangerous to state loyalty. Love itself became a liability that could be exploited or punished. The elderly in Sparta faced unique psychological challenges. After a lifetime of physical excellence, the natural decline of aging represented not just personal loss, but social death. Many elderly Spartans became deeply depressed, having lost their entire sense of identity and purpose. The constant preparation for war created what we would now recognize as chronic anxiety and hypervigilance. Spartans lived in a perpetual state of readiness for conflict, unable to truly relax or find peace. This state of constant alertness took a severe toll on mental health and emotional well-being. The suppression of artistic expression and intellectual curiosity created a form of psychological stunting. Humans have natural drives toward creativity and learning that, when suppressed, can lead to depression, anxiety, and a sense of existential emptiness. Spartans were denied these fundamental aspects of human experience. The practice of exposing infants created lasting trauma for parents who were forced to participate in or witness these decisions. The psychological defense mechanisms required to function in such a system often resulted in emotional numbing and an inability to form healthy attachments. The emphasis on stoicism and emotional suppression meant that Spartans had no healthy outlets for processing trauma, grief, or stress. Mental health problems were viewed as character flaws rather than treatable conditions. This created a cycle where psychological damage accumulated over time without relief. The competitive nature of Spartan society meant that success was always temporary and conditional. Even the most accomplished warriors lived with the constant fear of failure, knowing that a single mistake could result in social disgrace. This created chronic stress and anxiety that affected every decision and relationship. The isolation from family connections created attachment disorders that would affect Spartans throughout their lives. Children who were removed from their families at age 7 often struggled to form healthy relationships as adults, having never learned the basic skills of emotional intimacy and trust. The psychological impact of the Spartan system extended beyond individual trauma to create a collective mental health crisis. Entire generations grew up with distorted views of human nature, relationships, and the value of life itself. The society that prided itself on strength had created a population of psychologically damaged individuals. The most tragic aspect of this psychological conditioning was how it became self-perpetuating. Adults who had been broken by the system became the enforcers who broke the next generation. The cycle of trauma continued because those in power genuinely believed that their suffering had made them stronger, not recognizing the deep wounds that would never fully heal. Modern psychological research has shown us the long-term effects of childhood trauma, chronic stress, and social isolation. The Spartan system systematically created every condition known to cause lasting psychological damage, all in the name of creating the perfect warrior society. As we near the end of our exploration through ancient Sparta's harsh realities, we must examine how these already difficult living conditions deteriorated even further over time. The decline of Spartan living standards represents one of history's most dramatic falls from military prominence to social collapse. By the 4th century BCE, the cracks in Sparta's rigid system had become impossible to ignore. The population of full Spartan citizens, known as Spartiates, had plummeted from an estimated 9,000 in the 7th century to fewer than 1,000 by the time of the Battle of Leuctra in 371 BCE. This demographic collapse wasn't just a number on a census. It represented the systematic failure of a way of life that had prioritized military excellence over basic human needs and sustainable social structures. The oliganthropia, or shortage of men, created a cascading series of problems that made daily life even more precarious for ordinary Spartans. With fewer full citizens available to maintain the land grants that supported the Syssisha dining system, many Spartans found themselves unable to contribute their required portions of food. This meant expulsion from the communal meals, which in turn meant loss of citizenship rights and social status. Imagine the terror of a Spartan warrior, trained from childhood to value honor above life itself, facing the prospect of becoming a social outcast in the only society he had ever known. The Helot population, already living under conditions of systematic oppression, found their circumstances becoming even more desperate as the Spartan state weakened. With fewer Spartans to maintain control, the Helots faced increased surveillance and harsher punishments as the ruling class attempted to maintain their grip on power through intensified terror. The Crypteia, the secret police system we discussed earlier, became more brutal and indiscriminate in their nighttime raids. Helot families lived in constant fear, never knowing when their sons might disappear in the darkness, or when their meager possessions might be confiscated as punishment for perceived disloyalty. The Perioikoi, the free but non-citizen inhabitants of Sparta, also suffered as the economic system collapsed around them. These craftsmen, traders, and farmers had provided essential services to Spartan society. But as the citizen population dwindled and military campaigns became less successful, demand for their goods plummeted. Many Perioikoi communities found themselves abandoned by the Spartan state, left to fend for themselves against external threats without the military protection they had previously enjoyed in exchange for their economic contributions. Archaeological evidence from this period paints a grim picture of material decline. Excavations of Spartan sites from the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE reveal increasingly poor construction techniques, fewer imported goods, and a general reduction in the quality of everyday objects. The fine pottery and metalwork that had once demonstrated Spartan craftsmanship gave way to crude, locally made items that barely served their basic functions. Even the famous Spartan weapons, once renowned throughout the Greek world for their quality, showed signs of declining metallurgy and craftsmanship. The Agoge System, already harsh beyond modern comprehension, became even more brutal as desperate Spartan leaders attempted to maintain their military edge with ever smaller numbers of young men. The training became more focused on creating individual warriors capable of superhuman feats, rather than building the disciplined phalanx formations that had made Sparta famous. This shift meant that boys faced even more extreme physical challenges, with higher rates of injury and death during training. Families that had already sacrificed so much for the state now faced the increased likelihood that their sons would not survive to adulthood. The role of Spartan women, which had been relatively privileged compared to other Greek cities, also deteriorated during this period. As the citizen population declined, women found themselves under increasing pressure to produce male heirs, leading to earlier marriages and more frequent pregnancies. The physical training that had once made Spartan women famous for their strength and health was reduced to focus more on their reproductive capacity. The freedom of movement and property rights that Spartan women had enjoyed began to erode as the state became more desperate to control every aspect of reproduction and inheritance. Food scarcity, always a concern in the harsh Laconian landscape, became a crisis as the declining population struggled to maintain agricultural production. The complex system of Helot labor that had supported Spartan agriculture began to break down as revolts became more frequent and successful. Spartan citizens, who had been forbidden from engaging in manual labor or trade, found themselves facing starvation as their traditional sources of sustenance disappeared. The syssitia, those communal dining halls that had been the cornerstone of Spartan social life, began to close as members could no longer afford their contributions. The psychological impact of this decline cannot be overstated. Spartans had been raised from birth to believe in their superiority and the inevitability of their military dominance. The cognitive dissonance of watching their society crumble while maintaining the fiction of Spartan excellence created a collective trauma that permeated every aspect of daily life. Veterans of successful campaigns found themselves living in poverty, unable to adapt to a world where Spartan citizenship no longer guaranteed respect or security. Religious observances, which which had provided structure and meaning to Spartan life, became increasingly desperate affairs. The festivals that had once celebrated Spartan military victories now served as reminders of past glory and present decline. The oracles and sacrifices that had guided Spartan decision-making began to offer increasingly dire predictions, reflecting the general sense of doom that pervaded the society. Even the gods, it seemed, had abandoned the people who had claimed to be their chosen warriors. By the 2nd century BCE, Sparta had become a shadow of its former self, maintained more as a tourist attraction for Romans curious about the legendary warriors than as a functioning society. The living conditions that had always been harsh now became simply unlivable for most inhabitants. The city that had once struck fear into the hearts of enemies across the Mediterranean had become a cautionary tale about the dangers of prioritizing military glory over human welfare and sustainable social development. This decline represents the final chapter in our examination of Spartan living conditions, showing how a society built on the systematic denial of basic human needs and comforts ultimately consumed itself. The harsh conditions we've explored throughout this journey weren't just historical curiosities. They were the seeds of Sparta's own destruction, proving that no society can long survive when it treats its people as mere instruments of state power rather than human beings deserving of dignity and care. As we reach the end of our journey through ancient Sparta, we can see how this legendary city-state created one of history's most extreme societies through its relentless focus on military excellence. The Spartan way of life, with its harsh training, rigid social hierarchy, and unforgiving expectations, shaped every aspect of daily existence for its citizens. The Agoge System, beginning when boys were just 7 years old, stripped away childhood and replaced it with a brutal education in warfare and survival. These young Spartans learned to endure hunger, cold, and physical punishment as preparation for their future roles as warriors. The barracks life that followed meant that even as adults, Spartan men remained separated from normal family life, eating communal meals and sleeping in shared quarters well into their 30s. For Spartan women, life offered more freedom than their counterparts in other Greek cities. Yet this freedom came with its own burdens. They were expected to maintain peak physical condition, bear strong children, and manage households, while their husbands lived primarily in military quarters. The pressure to produce worthy offspring and maintain family honor created its own form of stress and expectation. The Helots system that supported Spartan society represented one of the most oppressive forms of slavery in the ancient world. These state-owned serfs outnumbered their masters by a significant margin, living under constant threat of violence and systematic humiliation. The annual declaration of war against the Helots and the brutal crypteia operations demonstrate how fear and violence were built into the very foundation of Spartan society. Daily life in Sparta revolved around military discipline and communal obligations. The Syssitia dining groups reinforced social bonds while maintaining strict hierarchies. Even meals became exercises in endurance, with the infamous black broth serving as both sustenance and test of Spartan toughness. Privacy was virtually non-existent, and individual desires were consistently subordinated to the needs of the state. The physical environment of Sparta itself reflected these harsh realities. Unlike other Greek cities with their impressive architecture and artistic achievements, Sparta remained deliberately austere. The city lacked walls, not out of confidence, but because the Spartans believed their citizens should serve as living fortifications. Houses were simple, possessions were minimal, and luxury was actively discouraged. Religious practices in Sparta often involved extreme physical trials and public displays of endurance. Young people were expected to demonstrate their worthiness through painful rituals, while festivals became opportunities to showcase military prowess and physical conditioning. Even worship became another form of training and social control. The economic system that supported this society was entirely dependent on the exploitation of the Helot population. Spartan citizens were forbidden from engaging in trade or manual labor, creating a parasitic relationship that required constant military vigilance to maintain. This economic model, while allowing Spartans to focus entirely on warfare, created inherent instability and moral contradictions. Marriage and family life in Sparta were heavily regulated by state interests. Couples were often separated for extended periods. Children belonged more to the state than to their parents, and even the most intimate aspects of life were subject to community oversight and approval. The famous Spartan emphasis on producing strong children led to practices that would be considered deeply disturbing by modern standards. Education in Sparta focused almost exclusively on military skills and physical conditioning, with little attention paid to intellectual development, arts, or individual creativity. While this produced formidable warriors, it also created a society with limited cultural achievements and intellectual stagnation compared to other Greek cities. The constant preparation for war that defined Spartan life created a society living in perpetual tension. Citizens were always ready for conflict, always maintaining their equipment and skills, always aware that their next meal might depend on their performance in battle. This state of readiness came at the cost of peace, comfort, and personal fulfillment. Perhaps most telling is how this system ultimately contributed to Sparta's decline. The rigid social structure, the dependence on Helot labor, and the narrow focus on military excellence made it difficult for Sparta to adapt to changing circumstances. As the ancient world evolved, Sparta's inflexibility became a liability rather than a strength. The legacy of ancient Sparta continues to fascinate us today, often romanticized in popular culture as the epitome of warrior virtue and discipline. However, examining the actual living conditions reveals a society built on systematic oppression, extreme hardship, and the sacrifice of individual humanity for collective military power. Understanding these harsh realities helps us appreciate both the remarkable achievements and the terrible costs of the Spartan system. Their military prowess came at the price of human dignity, personal freedom, and social justice. The Spartan way of life, while producing legendary warriors, created conditions that few would willingly endure. As you drift off to sleep tonight, perhaps you can appreciate the simple comforts of your own life, the freedom to make choices, the warmth of your bed, and the security of knowing that tomorrow will not bring mandatory military drills or the threat of state-sanctioned violence. The harsh world of ancient Sparta serves as a reminder of how precious these everyday freedoms truly are. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of one of history's most extreme societies. Sleep well, knowing that the brutal realities of Spartan life remain safely in the past.